So I can call the meeting to order. Tim, would you do your
Sure.
spiel?
This meeting is being conducted in accordance with New Hampshire RSA 91A. It is being conducted in person in Lebanon City Council chambers. This meeting can also be accessed through the city's virtual platform. Instructions on how to enter the meeting remotely are available on the city's website at lebanonnh.gov/live. If there are any problems with the virtual platform, the meeting will continue as the only legal requirement under RSA 91A is to have a quorum of members present in person. Those participating remotely who wish to speak when public comment is allowed can unmute yourselves and ask to be recognized by the chair. Those attending in person who wish to speak when public comment is allowed can raise their hand to be recognized by the chair. Those attending in person should approach the podium or the presenter's table to use the microphone so that everyone in the room attending virtually can hear your comments. For those speaking either remotely or in person, please state your name and ward in your community of residence where you live, obviously. Sorry, I'm trying out some new opening remarks here. And finally, if appropriate, please be prepared to spell your name for the recording secretary. With that, I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Do we have a notice of regional impact?
We do. And also trying something new. I've, at the expense of making copies, provided a copy of the notice of regional impact to each of the board members so you can see the map that was prepared. Showing that on the screen just wasn't working. So the Planning and Development Department received one new application for today's deadline. And this would be for a public hearing at the September 14th, 2026 meeting of the Planning Board. This is an application from Carter Golf LLC regarding 53 Poverty Lane, tax map 117, lot 10, zoned R3. This is a request for an amendment to the conditions of approval for a previously approved 3-lot minor subdivision. That was PB 2026-18-MIN, approved earlier this year. This application has been given a application number of PB 2026-42-MINA. Staff would recommend that this application does not have the potential for regional impact.
Do we?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Wes seconds.
And we don't have any members on virtually, so we can do a show of hands vote. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, we can appoint Kathy as a voting member tonight. And so therefore she could vote on this motion.
So do we also need to call, we got a new member?
Yes. And do we need to?
New regular?
Is she a regular member?
They asked that question and I don't remember if I was.
I can't recall if you've been appointed as a regular member or as an alternate. Probably a regular member.
Probably a
Yeah,
Okay,
I think so.
yeah. So in that case, you wouldn't need to be appointed, but welcome. And so show of hands, all in favor. So that is unanimous. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, then that is unanimous. Maybe somebody had 2 votes, I don't know. Okay. So our first item on our agenda is PB 2026-27-MIN, request for a 2-lot minor subdivision, Russell and Christine Larry. Do we have the applicants present?
Just if I could speak to this for a second, the applicant has been working or has been staying in touch with staff regarding this application. There was a missing wetland delineation. There was a limited wetland delineation provided with the original application, but it didn't include any portion of the other proposed lot. And so the applicant engaged a wetland scientist, and that wetland delineation actually has been completed, and we were provided with a hand-drawn sketch by the wetland scientist using the GIS map as a base map for the hand-drawn wetland delineation. But it needs to be transferred to the plat, and the applicant is aware of that, and there was a technical snafu or technical issue on the wetland scientist part. And so the point is that they have been actively trying to complete this application and have stayed in touch with staff, and that's why we would, although we are loath to continue postponing applications, I think given the unique circumstances of this particular application, that a further postponement to the September 14th, 2026 Planning Board meeting would be appropriate. There are other mitigating factors as well, including the health of the applicant. She spent quite a bit of time in the hospital as well during this period. So with all that said, staff would be comfortable recommending and supporting a further postponement to the September 14th meeting, recognizing that if for some reason it needs to be postponed again, it might be appropriate at that point to make a motion a motion for incompleteness, and then it would have to be resubmitted and renoticed.
So do we need so that it doesn't have to be renoticed, we need a motion to, should we open the public hearing and then continue, or?
You could do that. You could open the public hearing, and that might not be a bad thing to do if there's no other objection to that.
Do you have a procedural suggestion?
I do think that's a good idea,
Okay.
to open the public hearing and then have a motion to continue to the September 14th meeting.
Did we get a request one way or the other from the applicant as to how the applicant would like it to be handled?
Yes, I've had extensive email communication with her, in fact, up to and including today. And so, yes, that we can document that.
Okay, so in that case, I will open the public hearing and hope that.
Just ask for a motion to continue
and
to
if
the
there is a motion to continue
So moved.
to the September
14th, 2026 meeting.
Yeah. Do we have a second?
I second it, Kathy.
So seconded by Kathy, and we could do a show of hands. All in favor? Any opposed?
Have we requested public comment?
Well, they haven't presented anything
Okay.
yet.
I just heard the opening of the public meeting,
We
and
didn't
I didn't
close
hear
it.
a request for comments.
Yeah, well, and we're not closing it because we don't want to have to renotice it, right? Is
I mean,
that-
I suppose if there were someone here to speak to that application, it could be appropriate to ask them, but I don't, there's no one in the room.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah,
I don't know if you want to ask if there's anyone online.
if there is anyone online who wants to speak to this application and doesn't want to wait till September 14th. If not, we do have a motion on the table, so we can do a show of hands. All in favor of all right, and any opposed? So that is unanimous. We'll continue it to September 14th, and thank you, everyone, for your flexibility on that one. Item 3B, PB 2026-31-LLA. Request for approval of a lot line adjustment. And it looks like we have a representative of the applicant here. So if you'll introduce yourself for the recording secretary.
I'm Dan Nash, NASH, Advanced Geomatics. I'm representing Ed Kerrigan of Last One LLC. I'll believe it when I see it. He's got the energy of the Energizer Bunny. He's not going to quit. And Nutra LLC, which is the former carpet mill. The gist of this is to swap about 1,300, a little less than 1,300 square feet and straighten the property line out. It's got a jog in it down by the river, and Ed and the neighbor just want to make a straight line.
Is there,
It's an equal swap.
do we need to accept,
Yes.
yeah, do we need to do completeness review, accept completeness?
Yes, staff would recommend that the application is complete enough for the board to accept jurisdiction and commence review.
Do we have a motion?
Was a motion that it's complete enough to accept.
Do we have a second? Seconded by our new member, and show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. So thank you, Mr. Nash, for the context here. Let me just find my document on that one. Let's see. While I'm doing that, do we want to?
I just have a question.
Yes, there we go. Thank you.
It says paved area, so it sounds like that, the line is going directly through a driveway?
It was just a paved apron around the building. I don't believe it was a driveway.
Looks like it would, I'm just wondering if that means that they both have access to that paved area now, or that changes anything.
I would think right now they both have access to it. If the 207 Mechanic Street, Ed Kerrigan comes in with a site plan, all the pavement along the westerly side of the property line is gonna have to be removed to put in the 15-foot landscape strip that's required. So some of that pavement will go away, but right now it's there.
Okay, so there's nothing in there that allows them to keep that paved area for use if the next door neighbor wants to someday do something there.
There's no easement for the carpet mill to use the pavement on the 207 Mechanic Street property, no.
In the application materials, there's a statement about it, about this adjustment improving conformity. And I had intended to look that up and I just did not have a chance. Can you confirm?
Yeah, I mean, I would point out that it appears from the survey that the existing building at 213 Mechanic Street is already non-conforming to the side setback, as the concrete platform appears to cross over the property line. And so not only does it not maintain the setback, but it crosses the property line. And so by moving the property line further to the east, it at least brings again, based on the survey, it at least brings the entirety of the building itself within the 213 Mechanic Street property line. So certainly in a sense, this is making a non-conforming situation a little bit more conforming.
Okay. Do we have any more questions for the applicant kind of right off? Because this is a public hearing, so we can open to comments from the public. If there are any either in the room, we would do that first.
And just to clarify, the red line highlighted is the existing lot line that will be removed and moved a little bit to the east.
Seeing no one in the room, is there anyone online who'd like to speak to this application? Seeing none, I can close the public hearing. Do we have any further questions for the applicant on this?
So that was the close of the public comment.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry,
so-
the public
yeah.
comment. I will get those down one of these meetings. Do we have further questions? This seems like a good idea to not have a lot line going through a building.
I have no questions.
Yeah,
If we're good, I'll motion.
yeah, if we have a motion.
Wes moves that the Lebanon Planning Board find the application of Last One LLC in I'm not gonna butcher that, whatever. Troy LLC for a proposed lot line adjustment between 207 Mechanic Street, tax map 105, lot 115, and 213 Mechanic Street, tax map 105, lot 116, PB 2026-31-LLA is complete enough. Oh, we already did the completeness review. We didn't even read this, did we? Did we read this?
Yeah.
Sorry, someone should have stopped me. Let me move to the next one. All right. West Acord moves that the Lebanon Planning Board approve the application of Last One LLC and, I gotta say it again, Noah Troy LLC for a proposed lot line adjustment between 207 Mechanic Street, tax map 105, lot 115, and 213 Mechanic Street, tax map 105, lot 116, zoned GC, PB 2026-31-LLA, as shown on the plat titled Minor Lot Line Adjustment Survey, prepared for Last One and North Troy LLC, prepared by Latitudes Land Surveying, dated January 29th, 2026, project number 025117, including any and all supplemental submissions and testimony provided during the public hearing. In support of the decision, the board finds the applicant has submitted plans, testimony, and technical data prepared by a licensed land surveyor that together satisfactorily demonstrates compliance with the applicable requirements of the subdivision regulation, except as may be reasonably addressed through the imposition of certain conditions of approval set forth below. Do you need me to read all the conditions, or do you want me to just say as written? I don't want to keep people listening to me reading if.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So unfortunately, all of the motions will need to be read in their entirety
It's one of those days
for
we gotta read
tonight.
everything? Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. General conditions, the approval shall be considered void unless 2 years from the date of this notice of action, A, all conditions precedent have been met, and B, the plat and this notice of action have been recorded in the Grafton County Registry of Deeds. Section 7.11 and 7.12B, the plat and notice of action shall be recorded by the Planning and Development Department in accordance with Planning and Development Department recording procedures. 2, this approval shall automatically expire and be considered void upon failure to meet any of the conditions of approval set forth herein within the time frame specified. B, conditions to be satisfied prior to the signing and recording of the plat. The applicant shall provide a revised plat depicting the following changes to the satisfaction of the Planning and Development Department. A surveyor stamp. B, add names and mailing addresses of the owners of abutting properties, including tax map and lot number references 8.2.A.2. Add a note indicating that the plat is approved pursuant to the City of Lebanon subdivision regulations, last revised March 23rd, 2026. Add planning board application number PB 2026-31-LLA. The statement from section 7.11 of the subdivision regulations shall be added. Provide the date, and F, provide the date and description of the plat revisions. 8.2.A.1. Number 2, the applicant shall provide a digital recording drawing of the revised plat in CAD, DWG format using NH State Plane Coordinate System, or an alternative provided by the city's GIS coordinator to the Planning and Development Department. Number 3, the applicants shall provide to the city draft copies of the deeds of the land transfer for review to ensure the transfer will be completed properly for assessing and recording purposes. 4, the applicants shall submit 2 Mylars of the approved plat and applicable recording fees to the Planning and Development Department in accordance with Planning and Development Department recording procedures. 8.1.D and 7.11. The applicants shall submit the executed deeds of the land transfer together with the applicable recording fees to the Planning and Development Department to be recorded contemporaneously with the plat. And do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Don.
Don seconded.
So show of hands, all in favor? And any opposed? That is unanimous, so the motion passes.
We got to read this motion plat signing authorization too. Well, since I'll just finish this page. West Acord moved that the Lebanon Planning Board authorizes the chair to sign the plat of Last One LLC and Notra LLC, PB 2026-31-LLA, titled Minor Lot Line Adjustment Survey, prepared for Last One. I get it. North Troy LLC, prepared by Latitudes Land Survey, dated January 29th, 2026. Project number 025117 as revised per the planning board's conditions of approval. Need a motion.
I second. Don?
So, show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you for reading.
I think I read that name like 3 or 4 different times, ways or variations.
Not a French student.
No, not at all.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. All right. Let's take just a minute while we are going to move on to 3C. Oh my goodness. Application number 3C, PB 2026-32-SPR. Site plan review to convert the use of the building to a 12-unit multifamily dwelling and to construct associated site improvements. And I need just a minute while we're sort of getting things together here to get all of my windows in order. So do we have completeness on this one?
Yes, staff recommend that the application is complete enough for the board to accept jurisdiction and to commence review.
Do we have a motion to that effect?
All motion. Wes moved that the application of Exa Suite LLC regarding 22 School Street, tax map 92, block 2, PB 2026-322-SPR is complete enough for the planning board to accept jurisdiction and commence review. That was Wes.
I'll second.
Seconded by Counselor Ponce. A show of hands, all in favor. Any opposed? That is unanimous, so we have now. All right. Do we have any staff comment before we hear from?
No particular comments except that the draft motion contains or includes the proposed conditions of approval exactly as they appeared in the staff memo, which isn't always the case, so there's no changes to point out. Otherwise, this is a application to approve a conversion of the existing building on the lot from what is now it's approved for 2 dwelling units with, there's a variety of, there's a sort of history of various uses and approvals, most significantly historically as a school, and that use continued in different iterations for several years. And if the board is interested in the exact history, I'm sure the applicant's representative can speak to that. But essentially, it's to allow the building to be used as a 12-unit multifamily building, whereas currently there are only 2 units approved for the building.
And we do have a representative of the applicant here. Do you mind introducing yourself for the recording secretary?
Jim Wasser from Studio Nexus Architects. I don't know whether Tim Fedor is here or not online. Yes, okay.
Tim Fedor from Executive Suite LLC.
Oh, there.
So, so the building is about 16,000 square feet on 3 floors, a basement floor, first floor, second floor. Historically, it was owned by the Lebanon School District and used as a public school. Executive Suite bought the building in 2012. It was used as a Montessori school for many years, until about 2018, Tim? And then...
No, until 2023.
Oh, 2023, okay. So we would like to convert the remaining classroom spaces to studio and one-bedroom apartments, with the total of 4 being on the first and second floors and 4 on the basement as well. As part of this transformation, we propose landscaping significantly around the perimeter and also providing some interior landscaping, which doesn't exist now or exists in very limited amounts now. Parking, which I think is currently around 20 spaces, would be finalized at 18 spaces. The existing play structures would remain as a amenity to the town. And the building itself structurally will remain pretty much the same, with very limited changes to the exterior of the building. Most of the changes will happen interior-wise, and the hope is to leave the classrooms create the units from the classrooms, leaving them fairly much intact.
So we can start with the board. Do we have any initial questions, thoughts?
I had a question, this is Don. What is the access to the basement ones going to be?
I'm sorry, the access to the basement?
The basement, yeah.
Yeah, there are 2 stairs on either end of the building.
So it's an
that
interior?
extend all 3 floors.
So it's an interior stairway.
It's an interior stairway, correct, yes. There's an addition, I don't know when it was built, that is, I'll call it the north side of the building, which is pretty much the main part of the building. It's the side that faces the church, the Methodist church, and then on the opposite side of the building, there's another interior stair and porch along with the handicap ramp. There is also an elevator that was installed several years in the past to provide access to the basement, handicap access. So actually,
And
there's.
one additional, well,
I'm sorry?
and one additional, there's an additional stairwell on the west side of the building.
Oh, yeah.
Back of the building. And right next to that is a lift, which leads down to the basement level, which we installed in 2018.
And so what's the emergency exit to get out? Where would that be
Either
located?
of those stairwells.
The
either-
interior stairwells,
Yeah,
okay.
on the north or the south side of the building.
Okay. And right now, there's cement in front of those windows. Will that be changed?
That will be changed, yeah, we want to be able to open up those window wells so that we can bring light into the units that will be in the basement.
Will those be egresses? Emergency
No,
egresses?
the building is sprinkled, so we don't need to provide window egress.
Okay. And how will those be drained, those wells be drained?
They will be, let's see, I think we have a detail there. Yeah, we have a gravel well.
What page is that?
That's detail 2 on A50.
A50. Oh, right at the end. Okay.
And what's not shown there, and we have to work with the civil engineer on this a little bit, but there will need to be some kind of piping to pull the water, any water that might The wells will be covered with a clear plastic cover to kind of minimize the amount of water intrusion that'll be in that well.
And so it's very flat there.
It's very flat, yeah. The
So-
site is pretty dead flat, yeah.
If you're looking for drainage from those, how will that be accomplished?
Well, we're looking to have it kind of localized. As I said, there's going to be a cover on top of that to kind of minimize the amount of water intrusion into those wells.
I stopped by today and I looked at it and I noticed that the maintenance on the building is not being kept up. And my concern is if there was if the covers, the plexiglass covers weren't maintained,
Yeah,
easily damaged,
sure,
you'd have it open and I would suggest that you find a way to
yeah.
deal with
No,
that.
agreed.
Did we ever get the fire department's comment?
No, I have not heard back specifically from the fire department. They did have several opportunities to provide comment. I asked specifically, but again, it's my understanding that, well, let me back up for a second. A very similar project was approved by the planning board in 2018. That project was never completed, and so it expired.
Was it on this site?
Yes, same property, yep. And so in connection with that 2018 site plan approval, there were several conditions of approval, including several that were included at the request or recommendation of the fire department. Progress was made toward completing some of those conditions of approval, and it's been my understanding that that the fire-related conditions were satisfied, at least to the satisfaction of the fire department, and that the fire department, it's been my working understanding that the fire department feels they do have adequate access around the entirety of the building for the fire truck apparatus that they use. But to answer your question specifically, I have not specifically heard from the fire department relative to this specific application. The other thing to keep in mind, of course, is that to the extent that something design related is and code related is missed or overlooked during site plan review, which unfortunately happens on occasion, it will be caught at the permitting stage. And so all of the city staff personnel who are invited or requested or asked to weigh in on or review planning board applications and provide conditions, comments, et cetera, they will have another bite at the apple, if you will, when the building permit applications are submitted for each of the additional 10 units. And so if there are any, so in this case, if there are any fire code related design requirements that are missed, that the plan, and again, this is just as a general matter, that the plan is out of compliance with, the building permits will not be issued until those design requirements are satisfied. And to the extent that needing to meet those design requirements necessitates changes to the site plan, those may need, depending on the scope or nature of or size of those changes, they may need to come back to the planning board for review. They'll certainly need administrative review.
When I was going around the building today, I noticed that there's a building permit posted. What is that building permit for?
That was the notice for this meeting.
I'm sorry, notice to what?
For this meeting,
The notice for the meeting.
It was a building permit, is what it was.
Looked like it, but
It may just be an old one hanging, I'd have to look too.
I believe it was on the north side, in a window.
could I jump in with a sort of related question?
Sure.
So it would be highly desirable to have trees on the south side of that lot. And right now, and the tree board has also made this observation, right now we have Actually, if we can go back, that's good as well. We have a comment in some of the waiver requests that sort of speak to the need to kind of keep enough area between the path around it in order for vehicles to have access, but none of that is delineated rather specifically. In other words, there's a big wide section of pavement on the south side, there's kind of a big wide section of pavement in the northwest corner, and then there's some skinny sections down in the south-southeast, and another skinny section and where that walkway is that gets to the lift. But nothing very crisply defines what's the minimum space that's required to get fire equipment in and around the building, or for that matter, regular traffic. And I think that comes at cross purposes with some of the objectives of the regulations to actually have plantings and trees and such at the perimeter of the lot. It would be, I think, greatly helpful for the board, certainly for me, and maybe a great benefit to the project if we could see what that minimum sort of areaway is that needs to be maintained around the building in order to spot whether there are in fact some opportunities to plant up that south side and provide a bit of shade to that front facade. So kind of coherent with Don's interest in seeing from a practical standpoint, what does it look like to get a fire truck around the building? I would be.
By the south side, you mean down the page, at the bottom of the page?
Page south, page north, or effectively north and south.
Yeah.
Or close enough for for
Sure.
tonight's discussion.
I do have dimensions there on the, not on that sheet, but on the, on AO 2.2.
Is that before or after the sheet?
It's 4.
On the site plan sheet?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so that's essentially, I mean, that's just a somewhat differently detailed version of what we were looking at a moment ago. That sort of, what I'm calling, the part of the pavement that's closest to that tip of the triangle in the, right dead center in the drawing, that's a pretty wide areaway, which if it were detailed to show a drive that is as skinny there close to the building as is suggested by the skinny area that is close to the fence, that little pinch point, that would appear to leave an awful lot of area around the border of the property to plant up some trees to provide shading for that southern exposure.
At least near the park.
At least, right. So I'm presuming that fence line that I see at the very bottom of the drawing is in fact the lot line. Yes.
Close enough, yeah.
So it strikes me that there's an opportunity for some landscaping that you're looking for relief from by virtue of a suggestion perhaps that there wouldn't be enough pathway around the building for the vehicles. And I would invite you to show us or prove the point.
If I may, 2 things. One, to the previous question about the building permit. We had the roof replaced this spring, so that's what that's for. The building has an entirely new roof. Several years ago, I guess it's 8 years ago now, when I came before this board, was asked a question about emergency apparatus and fire apparatus access. I have a video that I shot with my phone of the fire department graciously brought over its largest apparatus and did the drive around the building. And it made it, but it was a little tight. Again, it's a sprinkler building. It's a 175-year-old school building. It is what it is. I'm not opposed to dressing the property up and more landscaping. I just do want to be careful about anything that impedes emergency access.
And we're not looking for you to do anything of that nature. I guess I'm simply inviting,
Understood.
I'm inviting you to show in the drawing a depiction of what that path is, which is something
Okay.
we get to see on applications sort of on the regular. And I think
Okay.
that would help clarify things. And I probably should have prefaced this by saying, I think it's a great reuse of the building. I like a lot of the things that I'm seeing, but I do see an opportunity to do some landscaping to provide some shading because there's an awful lot of asphalt on that lot. And I realize that made sense for its prior use. but if we can nibble it away to provide some shade on that southern exposure, I think it would be improved greatly.
And it can certainly hang over into that play park
Right.
area.
The play park is also blacktop? Or no?
I'm sorry.
The play area, is that blacktop or is that grass or something?
Oh, the play area is grass. That's all
Perfect.
grass and
Okay.
trees. Again, if you, if you go back to the other,
3 or 4 years ago,
Have a
the
photograph.
planning board asked if the fire department could please comment on, not on every application, but on those applications where there were questions about sufficient access for the fire department and how many feet they needed and what they didn't need. This seems to me to be one of those applications where it would have been very helpful to have something in writing from the fire department, and I am personally very disappointed that they didn't provide that.
I took you out of your line of questioning, Don.
That's quite all right. I guess the other question is if, I don't know what the maintenance building is used for and whether it's essential, but if that weren't there, that would also allow you to do plantings with trees and give you more space perhaps for fire equipment to go around. But I can't tell you what you should do with your property.
On this page, or on A 0.2, there's cross-hatching around the north side of the property and around the front of the school building. It looks like bricks. What is that material actually meant to be there?
I'm sorry, I'm not,
I think it's the mulch.
Mulch?
That's a symbol for
It's the, yeah, the cross-hatching looks like bricks.
oh, yeah, again, please go to the, the landscape plan, it will show.
So,
We were asked to provide two separate plans, one that was just basically a site layout plan, and the other one was a landscape plan. So you have to toggle between the two to find the,
like Don, one of my
Information.
biggest concerns was egress, especially from the basement units. And I'm still concerned about that, but are the windows on this first and second floor egress windows?
they are not. Again, this is a multifamily building that's sprinkled. The building code does not require egress windows. It's only in residences that don't have sprinklers, where you have to have an egress window in a,
We personally rehabbed individual residential multifamily buildings that were sprinklered, and we had to have an egress window in every bedroom. So I guess different people are told different things.
I can point the code out to you.
Maybe it's changed. My concern is when you drive in from School Street, in that area that's mulch in front of those basement windows, there are no bollards or anything in there that would prevent someone from just like crashing into the building. It would seem that it would maybe be helpful if there, I mean, it would seem you could do a number of things. You could put a bench between those two trees, you could put some bollards so that it would prevent people banging into the corner of the building, or,
Okay.
Do you have something else, Kathy?
at the moment, no. I mean, I agree, it's an excellent location for apartments. I had one small question, and that is, in the basement, I think it's the basement floor plan, there's a one-bedroom apartment, but there's no closet in the bedroom. I thought bedrooms had to have closets, but
They actually don't.
None of them do. So I've stood outside the polling place and there's, what I find is that there's water that ponds right at the entrance of this building in the wintertime and it turns slick to ice. Will there be any grading done at that place to solve that problem?
This is in front of, I'm sorry, which entrance?
This is at the well, I think there's only one entrance, right? To the project, to the lot.
To the lot?
Yes.
Okay, not to the building itself?
Not to the building
to
itself,
lot.
but to the lot,
Okay.
yes. So right where that sidewalk crosses, there's ponding in the wintertime, and it's usually ice.
Okay.
It's an ice thing.
Yeah, no.
Will there be grading there or something to take care of that?
Truthfully, we hadn't planned on it, but if that's an issue, yes.
Right, I think it might be, yeah.
When we were talking about landscape, I do just kind of want to point out something I did notice. We were talking about like a lot of the asphalt space. The applicant did seem to note that they're reducing the asphalt space on the property, so at least it's a little bit of a win on landscaping. You can see kind of around the parking spots, those EV spots, there's some, I don't know, like, lack of a better term, like wedges, looks like that are getting cut out. So, just kind of give some credit where credit's due, but.
We're actually adding a significant amount of landscaping. Almost all the perimeter landscaping on the north side is new. Currently there are a bunch of weed trees and weed plants there. That's being expanded, and real, legitimate plants are being planted there, as well as on the smaller strip that we have along the west side of the building, and some at the entry as well to the site.
Is that playground area intended to be for public use or only the use of the residents of the building?
I'm sorry, which?
The playground?
Tim, it's public use, right?
It's all, yes, probably has been and will continue to be public use.
Is anyone else concerned that there's a discontiguous swing set on the other side of the driveway from the main playground area? And the applicant, was any consideration given to bring that and having it in the main playground area, and perhaps being able to use that area for perhaps some other purpose?
We've never really thought about moving the swing set over to the playground. We tried to leave it as was when it was the, public school street school. If the swing set were to move or go away, that's in the back of our mind, and I think when we presented this back, 8, 9 years ago, was additional parking or potential, reserved to future parking. So I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to moving the swing set. I don't know the logistics of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's
strikes-
going to be real easy, because I think the posts are buried in concrete.
I get it, but the earlier use of it being a school, there would have been perhaps monitored traffic coming in and out. There might be a crossing guard type person or a person that manages what's going on with the buses and et cetera. Whereas in the present use, you have a public use of the playground area, you have a private use of the residences, and they're not minding the store about what each other is doing.
Yeah,
And that's a somewhat different use case for having
yeah.
people trafficking back and forth between the swing set and the rest of the enticing playground equipment. So I would recommend, and to the extent that we can and request, I would want to encourage that all be contained into the one fenced-in area, because then that way there's a bit more risk control for the children.
I wouldn't be opposed to seeing the swing set go. They can be fairly dangerous, and as you mentioned, little kids running across the
Yep.
driveway.
Yep.
It doesn't seem like a good idea either. I'm not sure that I'd want to see 3 or 4 more parking spaces right up there by the street, but just keeping it landscaped.
Yeah.
So, I looked at the fence between the parking lot and the play area, and it's kind of bent over and knocked down. What is the plan to do? What's the plan for that in the future? Just retain it as it
It'll be
is?
straightened back. It'll be straightened back out. It was hit by, I believe, a utility truck.
Okay. So that's the only separation, is just that chain link fence, that short chain link fence? Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
If we don't have any other like questions, do we want to like open it up for public comment or like run through? I know there's a list of like waivers that we need to consider and see if we're cool with or not.
Yeah, I think most of my questions were about the waivers. I did have one question just about, it's that, the summary, where it's, sorry, and I was trying to find that again. But it's like the summary of the application where it's like 4 units, and then 4 units, and then 4 units, and then it says like, studio, and then additional studio. And I just was curious about whether it was being phrased that way because that the plan for the conversion was that was the part that wasn't a classroom, or if that is, I was just curious about the grouping there, the like 11th and 12th units that were left off the plan that we didn't see, but there was something in the memo about, oh, this shows 11, and it's like, oh, and now I cannot figure out what page that has gone to, I'm sorry.
The plan is showing 12.
Yes, there was, in the back and forth in the packet, I think initially it was like a wrong attachment situation, so there was a plan that showed 11, and Tim had flagged it.
Yeah, correct.
And I am assuming that that's the studio being referenced. It would be much easier to ask my question if I were finding. I'm gonna start getting paper copies of the. Hold on. I'm sorry. Where did it go?
Oh, Karen, while you're looking, do you mind if I ask another?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So the maintenance garage that you're going to have there, is that exclusively for this building, or is it going to be used for other things as well?
It's exclusively for the building. Correct, yeah.
Okay, I did find it. It's on, page 29 of our packet, and it says, our intent is to convert the 4 existing classrooms on the first floor. Blah, blah, blah. The 2 classrooms in the basement will be converted to 2 studio apartments along with an additional studio apartment and a 1-bedroom apartment. I was just curious if that's because the room that started as wasn't a classroom to begin with, or,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
That just
Yeah.
was cool. Okay, yeah, and I think maybe now would be, if the board is ready, we could open up for public comment if we have anyone here to speak to.
Can I just make 2 quick comments? The hard copy of the plan set, I just want to make sure you got the right one. We had there was some interesting confusion on Friday afternoon, which Mr. Wasser helped me resolve. But I just want to make sure that the hard copy of the plan set that you received in your agenda packets includes the zoning table, and there's nothing missing. Okay, it looks like it does. And then secondly, I did fail to mention at the outset that we received. Mr. Fawns, Councilor Fawns referred to this, but just to clarify for the record, we did receive comments from the chair of the Tree Advisory Board, I think, that were made by the Tree Advisory Board regarding this application. Those comments were received on Friday afternoon. And so I think I forwarded them to, weren't they received?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I forwarded them, right? And we made hard copies of that email for the board, and that was included in the packet that you had in front of you when you sat down tonight.
Do we have anyone here in person who would like to comment on this application? And seeing no one here in person, is there anyone online, any members of the public who would like to comment? Seeing none, I can close the public comment. And then, yeah, I would like to talk about the waivers if the board doesn't have any other questions first. we can just maybe go through them, or if anybody has specific questions about the waivers, we can also address them that way. I had, I'll take others' comments first, I think, before I say that.
Yeah, it looks like there's 7 waivers here, but it looks like 2 of them are circled here in red.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask him about that when he comes back.
Yeah.
But the first one, I know we've already kind of been talking around it, the perimeter landscaping requirements. I mean, it would be great to have the trees on the south, but that is a pretty narrow spot by the cemetery. I don't.
It looks pretty generous to me.
Really?
Yeah,
That one, not the whole thing, that one corner.
just snug the traffic lane relatively close to the building, and that area opens up rather significantly.
Yeah.
And if that were depicted, I would have no trouble with the waiver, but it is yet not depicted.
I would agree in that I would really like to see the landscaping
Yeah.
requirements be met, and we can ask Tim when he comes back, if we can maybe put an asterisk on that, saying unless the fire department says that would mean that the fire truck can't.
And Andrew, just to kind of confirm, you're thinking like around the old Stolden Cemetery fence, stone and board fence here? Is that where?
Right here. If this skinniness transfers, if we were around the building, that area due south opens up dramatically.
Now, I admittedly haven't been there in a while, but probably since spring. Is there a tree, because it's on the map, I looked on the map.
Those are from like 20 years.
That map's pretty old.
There are two pictures, one of which shows some rather majestic pines from
Yeah.
2015.
The ones in that corner are gone?
They're all gone.
Okay.
There's no tree on the south side from the cemetery, those are gone. So those borrowed trees don't live there anymore.
Okay.
There are no other trees on the applicant's lot nor on the cemetery.
Okay.
Plus, that's all part of the same parcel, so they could be even planted within the play area and just hang over the driveway a little bit.
Because I'm seeing right here, like this corner, there does seem to be like a proposed tree right here, but again, I'm just looking at this map and I'm not actually there, so you're thinking there should be something more kind of this way?
What my method is, show the circle that's needed for the traffic, call the rest of it green space,
Yeah.
land it up.
Yeah.
That's what the regulations are looking for.
Yeah.
We won't be able to get
and-
the full 15 feet.
No, of course, and
Yeah.
we wouldn't expect you to be
Yeah.
able to, but you would be making a really good faith effort.
Yeah, well, we thought we were, but
That's where the fire department's measurements come
Yeah.
in so handy, and we
Yeah.
don't have them.
I could see that, like, what you suggested, like,
So,
contingent on what the fire department says.
It'd open up a whole lot of space if that garage, that maintenance building was removed.
Well, that's a different area.
True.
Not going near that.
so Tim, what we were just talking about is whether it would be possible to not waive the tree requirement with an asterisk on it saying unless the fire department says trees would keep the fire trucks from getting around the building. Like, would that be something that we could do? Because that's one of the waiver requests is the number
Yeah.
of trees.
I think it's a valid question, obviously, but I guess I would recommend that if that's the consideration, the hearing should be continued to the September 14th meeting so we can provide you with additional, the applicant and staff as needed can provide you with additional information.
Could it be a condition?
The problem with it being a condition is that if the condition were, if the condition or the effect of the condition or the denial of the waiver is such that there needs to be verification that, from the fire department, that area is needed for access, and if it's not, then the plan needs to be brought in compliance with the landscaping design requirement. That ideally, it's not something that's reviewed administratively by staff. It should be reviewed by the planning board.
So we're back to it.
What's that?
So we're back to having them back again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know, my feeling is like assuming this, as it's pictured, comes to fruition down the line, which will be verified at some point, like, there's a lot of new trees and plants out here, like, I can't see, like, if it would have been easily feasible without, causing a problem to just put 2 trees there, it wouldn't have been included by the landscape architect. I mean, I'm making an assumption, but
Yeah, what did the tree advisory board suggest?
they,
Putting trees there.
Putting trees there, okay.
I didn't see theirs. Did they say like literally in that spot or?
The idea is to
Provide
shade the
shade on the south
blacktop,
No.
shade the blacktop too. That's,
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of show, don't tell, which is to say, we have an opportunity to depict what is required for the emergency vehicle access. That will reveal whether we have a possibility to do any of the things that we're speculating are possible, and then we'll all know.
Is there any opportunity for landscaping requirement to be met by landscaping that is in planters? Like those big concrete, because I was thinking about the 2 discussions that we've had about whether fire trucks can get around the building, that I can remember, and I think you were here for this too, is this one and then the coffee shop. And there was discussion about the planters and whether those would be an issue for the fire trucks. And what the comment I remember from then Chief Christopoulos was, if there were a fire, we would move them. Like, we would just drive their big trucks right into them. And I can't remember why why they were looking at doing those to begin with. But if that would, it's just an inquiry that I'm like,
Well, we have
looking
a-
for some happy
we have
medium.
a public playground that should be very popular. Having a couple trees in that corner that kind of shaded that part of the wide part of the driveway and maybe had a little bench between them that where moms could sit down while their kids were playing. I mean, I think these are all improvements. They're not a horribly big ask. And, these approvals then last for 150 years before they come back to us again. So it would be nice to do it now. A couple of trees and a bench, that's not,
I'd like to see that happen.
and take out a swing set. But they're improvements. 12 apartments is a lot of apartments, and,
Joe, are there other questions on waivers we can go on to and then see if there are other issues that we want to take up?
Well, that is a good, so do we have do any other board members have questions about other waiver requests?
It does seem like a majority of the waivers are related to landscaping, so I think we're gonna have to come up to some kind of decision on landscaping. I don't think we can kind of skip around it.
Well, and we did also flag a couple issues with the stormwater management. It was the water pooling. I don't know if illumination, the 67C1.
which is,
The waiver request about the illumination of the parking area, because we have, like, what the satisfaction of our requirements for waivers, how that,
elimination of parking area?
no, the waiver request is requiring parking areas to be illuminated, and I was just wondering why because we have the 2,
The buildings have some illumination on them, don't they?
Right on all four sides, yeah.
Are those lights on at night, or are they motion detectors, or?
Good question, actually. I would imagine they'd want to be on motion detectors and not continuous,
Do we have a,
or at least the ones by the entryway, yeah.
Do any of the drawings indicate where these light sources are? Do any of the drawings depict where these lights are? Okay,
Yeah, no, they're all there.
perfect. So that we can,
They're on both the elevations and then on the lighting plan.
great, thank you.
Karen, what I was thinking when I said that we should go through this, each of them one by one, is that if there are things that we have questions about, it gives them a chance to research it or come back with their answers, so that we don't do this piecemeal. So
Yep.
that's what we just go through them one by one. And I guess my question for Tim is, what do the red circles mean around, the red around these?
I think that was so staff an application will be originally submitted or submitted by the deadline, and then staff will review it and provide comments. And so the application package is then resubmitted in response to staff comments, and sometimes the applicant's representatives will identify with red clouding what's been changed.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
It shows the wall sconce, but it doesn't show where it's gonna be.
Check the elevations.
Do you know what sheet it is?
I'm sorry?
What sheet is it?
It is sheet,
What was in this?
What's that, Mr. Vice Chair?
Oh, sorry, I was wondering if you could put up the tree board's recommendation for this site on do you have it on your computer?
The board's recommendation for the site?
The tree boards.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because I've got one for like 3H.
Yeah, and right, so the email received from the Tree Advisory Board on Friday afternoon relates to agenda item 3H, which is 20 Spencer Street, not 22 School Street.
Okay.
There were comments from the Tree Advisory Board and on this application, and I included those in the body of the staff memo.
Oh, they're in the staff memo. Okay, cool. Take a look there. I might have missed them. I missed them.
do you have it?
So I think the lighting fixtures are shown on the building on the EL1-0 sheet, which shows the photometric effect of it on the lot. Then likewise, they're also apparently shown on the elevations, which are A4.0, which shows where the teeny tiny fixtures are, if you really can look for them. I guess WP is indicative of a wall plate, which would seem to suggest a lighting fixture. Is that correct?
right, WP
Okay.
refers to
Okay,
the type of fixture.
okay.
So they're all on the building.
And you make mention of a pole somewhere as providing some light also. Is that depicted somewhere?
Well, yeah, there's a existing telephone pole
Yeah,
that is,
shown.
yeah, it's
Is it in the northeast corner?
it's south of the building. I'm sorry, it's not very well described. It's 7, you see there's a little dash there on the survey. It says 7-2.
Is it on the street?
No, it's right on the property line on the south, just south of the building, just south of that existing kind of concrete pad.
And it's the squiggle. So is the reason, because it looks like there are a couple of, like directly to the east of the property line, but where the city sidewalk is, are those streetlights that are also just providing illumination, and that's the sort of,
There's a fair amount of, yeah.
okay.
of street illumination, and that was kind of where we were going with this.
Maybe when you come back, you could indicate where the street lighting is as well, so give us a better idea of what you're getting from street lighting.
Okay.
That would be useful.
So there's a light that's kind of right by that entry there. Again, the poles are kind of shown as circles with little squiggles
On the street?
on the street, yeah. So you
Oh,
see
they
it,
are? Okay,
yeah.
well, that's,
See the drawing.
And then there's also lights that are pretty much continuous on the church as well. So there's a fair amount of light that's,
yeah. Let's go look at night.
Okay, and I think part of our puzzle on that is that what's shown on the plan here is maybe the contribution of door
exactly.
lights versus
Yeah.
like the light. there. Okay,
It
all
does
right,
not capture all the, yeah,
got it.
it does not capture the existing lighting there.
I'd be glad to visit the site at night and report back if you'd like.
Because it seems to me if it is adequately covered by existing lights around that are, then that is a waiver that I personally would feel okay with. But if it isn't, then we should look at why.
Are the symbols that are dotting that plan, which on my printed copy are too small and too light for me to understand if there's a number there, but are those photometrics? Are these, the dots that are in that,
Yeah.
they are photometrics, thank you.
But they're.
Yeah.
Like,
Negligible.
yeah, I think. Yeah.
So are we saying that we're not ready to approve it tonight, but we need additional information? And what would that be?
I would say a depiction that shows that there's light in the areas where the light needs to be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
I'd
And
be
an
glad
up-
to take photographs at night, bring them back.
But I mean, like,
On a drawing.
on a drawing.
Oh, on the drawing,
Yeah,
yeah, but,
I mean, I think that's what we normally would see and expect to see.
right, definitely that, but also the fact that the church is providing light on one side late at night, that might make a difference as well. So
If they are,
that might be useful information.
some churches are not illuminated at night.
Well, that's why I would go there to look.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful, and it would be helpful if I understand.
If we could get some additional information on how many feet in width a large fire truck needs to maneuver comfortably through that area, meaning how many feet of that area by the park playground would be available for tree overhang.
Yeah. And really, all of the waiver requests are mostly those two things. I guess the other one is the stormwater issue.
Is the engineer who's here tonight comfortable with the stormwater on that site?
The engineer's not here tonight, but,
City engineer, but
I'm sorry? Oh,
never mind.
this engineer, yes.
Is there a stormwater management plan to review?
Right, the waivers for the station department.
The Adam Morse from Engineering Ventures provided a letter and really, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to mischaracterize anything, but I think it's mostly a justification of the waiver request, and that overall there is there will be some additional paving where they're expanding the driveway, but overall other areas will be removed, and there's a net decrease in
Exactly,
impervious.
so whenever there's a net decrease, typically you're not concerned unless there's ponding issues that you can only tell by a grading plan. Looking at the grading plan, it's not obvious that there's ponding issues, but there might be. I think somebody said they've witnessed that.
Something by the entry, yeah.
Yeah. But that, you know what I mean, so how do you correct that? You have to add a catch basin? for ponding, it's not gonna be stormwater management, it's be stormwater collection.
So it sounds like we do need at least the plan at, maybe not the entire site, but where the ponding is occurring. We need a plan for that.
I'm not sure how we show that. It's a flat site, and,
I'm more
you
concerned
know,
with
unless
the
we get
lands-
out there, I guess, in the middle of a rainstorm or something and see where the ponding is.
Well, usually you can see it just because the leaves and everything there indicate that place. Anything that happens to be on the ground will spread out at that point.
It will rain before now and next month. So I'm gonna go take a picture.
I guess I'll ask, is the ponding on the property or is it off the property?
It's on the sidewalk.
It's on the sidewalks?
Yeah.
That's-
I mean, can we, and I'm just kind of like intellectual exercise, can we ask a applicant to correct the ponding issue on a city sidewalk?
We constantly ask the
No.
applicants to do things regarding the sidewalks.
Okay.
How do you want to proceed?
Do you feel like you have clarity around the information that we're looking for? Some of it does require trying to get the fire department to contribute their feedback.
On dimensions, yes.
Or hiring someone that can depict what a fire truck in a certain set of proportions looks like on a drawing, because we see that in applications.
Providing a turning radius plan.
Right, we just need to know what the rig is, and it can be depicted, and then we know precisely what the curb cut potentials are to not only satisfy that requirement, but also to create more greens, more in non-pervious or pervious surface within which to plant trees and other things that are desired in our regulations and can be met with more of the spirit of them. In other words, it's a depiction, it's a planning and a depiction, not a conversation with the fire department per se.
And if, as it turns out, the fire engine needs all of the space that's available, then,
And we'll know,
then we'll know, and
yeah.
that would be a wonderful reason to waive these.
Yes, but it seems unlikely, given that some of the other areas are so much more narrow that there looks like there would be additional area here that could be better used, that would satisfy the shading of the asphalt, which is always something we're
Given the length of the truck, however, just because we see a pinch point in one place doesn't mean that we can continue to navigate that width everywhere. It's just one point perhaps that they can manage. So again, someone that depicts a solution to this challenge, that's what we need to see, I would propose.
Yeah, that would be
But
great.
there's no mystery.
So can I take a minute and just go through these one at a time?
Yes.
And so the first one, number one, it's a landscaping question. And apparently the landscaping question is going to get solved by the drawing. Is that right?
Landscape perimeter landscaping requirements?
That first one, yeah, is that going to be solved by the drawing? Or can that, we need more information from them?
I think it's the
Okay,
requirement for the egress or the,
yeah, that's what it seems to me I'm just asking.
that's resolved.
Section 2, this again is perimeter landscaping. It's the same question, is that right?
Effectively.
Okay. Question 3, waiver to meet, let's see, an existing condition, again, a landscaping, 10 feet depth. We don't need any more information for that, right?
Well, it is kind of the same question, because if you were thinking about where to add landscaping,
Are we talking about the third item?
Do we need more information from them than what we've asked
Landscaping
for?
around building requirements, is that the item?
Number 3.
Number
Number
three.
3, yeah.
Yeah, that's not perimeter landscaping, that's landscaping that is contiguous to the building.
Do we need more information from them when they come back? to approve this waiver, or do we have enough information?
I would be perfectly fine with it as it's drawn,
Okay,
because expanding it only makes the other problems that I'm taking the most interest in
Okay.
harder to achieve.
any other,
But maybe others see it differently.
any other comments on that?
No, unless there were something like, in order to meet a percentage, and then based on what they learn, they'd want it to change.
So we're not asking them for additional information except what we've already asked them for, is that right? On that number three?
I haven't technically asked them yet directly for anything.
Well, we're going to ask them
Yes.
for a drawing.
Donna's trying to put the list together.
Yeah, I'm just trying to streamline this a little bit so that everything is covered. Let's see, section 5. This is for the drawing for the engineering study, right? For the curb line, for sight line existing? Do we need more information from that, or do we have enough? And I guess my only question was the engineering survey in that section would also deal with the ponding, I believe. So it's not necessarily the sight lines, but it might deal with ponding. Is that right? Does anybody have?
Well, so one of the requests is about not needing to see sight lines on the plan, or sight distances on the plan, rather.
Yep,
And then one of the requests is about requiring stormwater planning
Yes.
on the plans.
yeah,
And I don't think I need more information on the site personally, on the site distances. But
Okay.
if we want more information about stormwater,
that's a different,
yeah, it's just
Okay.
two different.
okay, so we're not asking for more information on 4. On 5,
I see, share yours.
So I would recommend that you can take it or leave it, but I would recommend, in this case at least, considering all of the stormwater, you may want to consider all of the stormwater waiver requests together as one, given the existing features and the nature of what they're proposing. So there are 4 of those. It's section 51.E17, which is just the submission requirement, essentially requiring compliance with section 6.6. And then the applicant has identified 3 distinct waivers from section 6.6C, which are the stormwater management plan submission requirements. I just grouped those together, as the 3 of those together for purposes of the draft motion. But I think all in all, the applicant is simply requesting a waiver from the stormwater management requirements, and the justification is that overall there's a net decrease in impervious.
yeah.
Which,
So is there, I'd like to see a stormwater management plan, because we also have the water that's coming in and how they're going to deal with that around the perimeter windows.
But a stormwater management plan is the whole property.
It's the whole property, it is. You don't, I'm not,
I don't
this,
think
I'm
that's
open to
If it-
challenged on this.
Can I, if a planning board member has observed a drainage issue at the property, it's not inappropriate or irrelevant to ask for information from the applicant addressing that. That doesn't mean something necessarily needs to be done, but to ask the applicant to think about it and evaluate it and make a determination as to whether anything can be done about it in connection with the site plan is not an inappropriate question or inquiry to make of the applicant.
And it could be a very local application, which is
Right.
to rebank that area such
Yeah.
that
Right.
the problem goes away.
Yeah,
That's different from a stormwater management plan.
it is.
That's true.
It is. Okay, that's, yeah. And I'm-
Big difference.
So-
Huge difference.
Is that, I'll ask you directly right now, is that feasible for you to do just that particular area at the entrance?
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Can that be a condition of approval? Or is that something that we need to see in an application submission? Tim?
I think they're gonna come back anyway, so what we can do is, we'll get the information back and then we can decide at that point, whether we granted the waiver next time. right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like how we're gonna specify that, or like, for this purposes, for our meeting today, are we making that, since we're saying, maybe some people are saying we don't need 6.6C stormwater management plan, you know, you're kind of suggesting maybe like a halfway, are we making that like an application requirement or something? Or
Let's see
just
what
kind of
they.
how we're process handling it?
I'm just trying to provide him with enough information so that he comes back and he's answered our questions, that's all.
I think we're saying that we're generally receptive to this particular request. We have observed one instance or two instances have been cited where there's some
Yeah.
issues with ponding or pitching that
Drainage, yeah.
need to be addressed, and you can come up with something between now and when we see you.
Right, that's all I'm asking.
And then we should be good.
I would say I'd be inclined to grant the waiver if, from the whole, the stormwater management plan, if it's shown that the issues have been.
Yeah, yeah, I am too, yeah.
And
And all the things we've been talking about with this crazy circle around the building, that has the potential to create even less impervious surface,
Yeah.
which only aids to our,
So we're essentially saying it's like a condition of approval for the waiver. That's kind of, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
wrap my head around. Okay.
And then with the last one, I actually think you may not need that waiver if you can demonstrate that the illumination is happening. Like, which would just be to have a plan with the actual measurements and not the measurements as being contributed. Because I think you actually may not need to, you may meet the requirements for the area being illuminated just from streetlights and stuff.
Well, some of the parking spaces are all the way in the back, but we could certainly waive it knowing that they have sufficient illumination, even though it's not from the street lighting.
Right. Yeah, well, and I think yes, I would agree.
So we're asking them to provide some information on that limited area in the entrance where there might be some ponding of water. And for more information on the movement of a fire truck through the asphalt area around the south side of the building, and whether there might be more area there by the fence and the playground that could be used for a couple of trees in that park area that would hang over that area and not interfere with the fire truck getting around the building. Anything else, those two things?
So can I make a motion? Are we ready for that?
well, the other,
We ask for continuance?
well,
Okay,
the other thing that we've at least explored is whether the swing set can be moved into the playground area
Or eliminated?
or eliminated, with the notion of removing that risk that you have with children crossing the entry.
Yeah. And just landscaping that area.
Yeah, that could be the place where the parents go
Hide.
time.
Before we jump to a motion though, and if we're done, did we ask for public comment for this? We've been talking for a while, so I wanted to see if there's, we did? Okay, cool.
so, Don Collins, I'd like to make a motion that we have a continuance of this plan. Do we have a number here?
PB 2026-32.SPR.
I'm sorry.
Here, there's a sheet that's already printed for this one. Or not.
Cheat sheet?
Motion, wait on waivers.
Okay, motion on waivers. Let's see. So Don Collins moves that for the application of Executive Suite LLC PB 2026-32-SPR, the Lebanon Planning Board asks for the applicant to return at the next available meeting to reply to the questions that the board has asked him to address. And those include the passage of fire equipment around the building, the question of whether landscaping will interfere with that passage, and if not, is there a plan for adding more trees to the south side? The question of adding trees to the, let's see, it would be the southwest side of the playground, and eliminating the swing set at the entrance of the property on the right-hand side. And finally, that they address the ponding at the entrance of the property.
Something about illumination.
And also the illuminations be marked on the plan and pointed out, and also we'll, if photographs are available, what the night illumination is, okay? And if not, I'll provide those, but that doesn't have to be part of the motion. That's it, right? We're asking for a continuation of concern.
Can I just make, I would recommend saying, based on that, I would therefore make a motion that we continue the application until the September 14th, 2026 planning board meeting.
And based on those criteria, we ask that the applicant return on
September 14th.
14th to review those waiver requests and consider the entire application at that time. Second?
I'll second.
Show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. We'll see you on the 14th.
Thank you.
Yep.
So it looks like 3D, we need to vote on a continuance.
Yes, the applicant for agenda item 3D, that's the Mason Storage application for 38 Spencer Street site plan amendment, which was, the hearing for that was held or opened at the July regular planning board meeting. The applicant needs additional time to update the landscaping plan, and so has requested that the application be continued to the, or that the hearing be continued to the September 14th, 2026 planning board meeting.
Yeah, so Counselor Fons moves. Do we have a second?
Second.
Kathy seconds. Show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. We will continue that to the September 14th meeting. And then we are going to take up, I believe, E and F together. Is that right?
Yes.
So if that is PB 2026-09-FMAJ and PB 2026-40-FM. I'm going to say AJ versus FMAJA.
Yeah.
Dealing with Heritage Way. We have a couple of,
Can I set this one up?
yes, please.
So this is the 13-unit Heritage Way development. I've said 12-unit on occasion. It's the 13-unit Heritage Way Plan Unit Residential Development that was approved by the board, major subdivision approval and conditional use permit approved by the planning board on April 27, 2026. At that time, there were still several missing pieces of information relative to the major subdivision application that were required to be provided as part of the application. And so in order to keep the applicant moving and the project moving forward, those missing pieces of information were identified in the conditions of approval. And then the applicant is, per the board's decision on the major subdivision application, the applicant was required to come back to the planning board for a compliance hearing to demonstrate compliance with those outstanding conditions of approval. And so agenda item 3E is the compliance hearing relative to the conditions of approval from the original major subdivision approval that required the applicant to come back and present to you in the context of a compliance hearing. Those conditions are 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, and 30 as they're identified in the notice of action prepared for the May 27th Planning Board approval of the major subdivision application. For the compliance hearing, just today, to try and help the proceeding, because this can get perhaps unnecessarily complicated and complex. And so to try and keep everyone on the same page and orient everyone as to what needs to be done, I prepared a staff handout that provides a hard copy, which I provided to you. I emailed a copy to the team. I can give them a hard copy as well, which I'll do right now.
Did you hand them out? I'm not sure I got one.
I'll give you one, Eric, Patrick's.
There's here.
Thank you.
So this staff handout, on the first page, it just provides some background, and then what it does is it identifies each of the 6 conditions of approval that are the subject of this compliance hearing, and then it includes beneath each of those conditions the relevant regulations from the subdivision regulations, or in some cases, the zoning ordinance. And so feel free to use this or not, but it was just, I thought it might be helpful in steering the conversation and keeping everyone aware of exactly what it is that we're talking about. So that's the first handout for the Heritage Way applications. The second handout is a draft motion that I just finished before the hearing. So let me give. And so the draft motion, there were some concerns about some of the conditions of approval. There are some outstanding questions with respect to some of the conditions of approval. The draft motion is prepared so that you can, if you choose to, make a decision tonight on everything. And I'd be happy to walk through that motion, but the motion is designed to address every decision point that you need to make for both applications, for both agenda items 3E and 3F. 3F being an amendment to the original approval. It's really a relatively straightforward amendment, but there are there's a waiver required, and there's some conditions that need to be that are appropriate to attach to any approval. But the amendment request is fairly straightforward in that they are now proposing to switch from on-site wells to serve the development to municipal water. So what they would do is, and I'm sure they'll speak to this in much more detail, but the city's municipal water ends right now at about the intersection on what's that? Meriden Road, more or less at the intersection with LaPlante Road, and so they would bring a new water line up LaPlante Road to the proposed development entrance. They would stub into the driveway, and then short distance into the development, they'll propose to construct a water pump station, which will pump the water up to the units. The water pump station and the water line, any portion of the water service will be owned by the condo association beginning at the property line. And so the pump station will be owned and maintained by the condo association. But that's the subject of agenda item 3E. It's a separate application, but you can hear them at the same time. It's an amendment to allow the project to be served by public water. There are some fairly standard conditions that we are recommending that you require as part of any site plan amendment approval. So between the two documents, there were no formal staff memos prepared for these applications, unfortunately, but between the two documents, the staff handout for item 3E that walks through all the conditions and the regulations, and then the draft motion for both agenda items E and F. I think if you choose to and would like to use those as guides for tonight's hearing, that all bases should be covered. procedurally.
Thank you. So can the applicants and applicants' representatives introduce yourself for the recording secretary, and then we are happy to hear your presentation.
Good evening, John Noonan from Fieldstone Land Consultants.
Tim Shad, Oaks and Son. Rick Mullally, I'm an attorney for Oaks.
Bobby Oaks, owner.
Do we need spelling of any names?
Could you guys turn those two mics on? There should be green light.
Oh, yeah. that might help.
Perfect, wonderful.
This one too.
Okay, then please proceed and we'll find out if we need.
Great, thank you. Good evening, John Noonan with Fieldstone Land Consultants again. Here, I'm gonna walk through, since Tim provided this nice breakdown with the handout, I'm just gonna go down each item, so, for the compliance hearing initially. So, condition number 19 was to the satisfaction of the Planning and Development Department and the city's legal counsel. The applicant shall furnish legal documentation sufficient to demonstrate compliance with the requirements of sections of the subdivision regulations. To the extent reasonably practical, the applicant shall also address the concerns of the planning board raised at the April 27th, 2026 public hearing. So as part of that, we've submitted condominium documents which outline ownership and on both the roadway, which is a private roadway, will be owned and maintained by the condominium association. So starting at the property line, everything in all utilities are owned by the condominium association. There are long documents of the condominium documents that were submitted that outline the maintenance that would be required for the septic system. So there's 2 communal septic systems. The road maintenance, so that's on the condominium association. So upkeep of the road, plowing of the road. It outlines upkeep of the homes, and we are now, for water, is gonna be municipal, as Tim had explained. So there's no longer the well and pump house. However, the pump booster station that we're showing would be owned and maintained along with the water lines that are on the property by the condominium association. As part of that first section, it discusses the open space area will not be further subdivided. The use of the open space will continue in perpetuity for the purpose specified. Appropriate provisions to be made for maintenance of the open space. Common undeveloped open space shall not be turned into a commercial enterprise. So the owners association, it spells out also, is that the open space lot, which is a common area of the condominium, is under the ownership and remains under the ownership of the condominium association. So that's also spelled out in the condominium documents. On the plans, we have 3 common areas that are owned. Those common areas being basically recreational areas that also include the septic system areas, the walking trail, and then the stormwater management areas. So those fall within the common area number 1. Common area number 2 is the roadway itself. And common area 3 is the open space lot, which is over 50% of the lot size, which remains in perpetuity. So on the condominium plan it shows is the majority of that open space lot is along this right-hand edge and over to the wetlands and areas below. So that is how we met condition number 19, was with the condominium documents. And then it specifies for section 12.2F is the owners association, which is the condominium association. Section 12.8, documents of the owners association, so that's where it breaks down the condominium and reserved areas and common lands as I just described. Our next condition of approval was item number 20. The applicant shall provide documentation sufficient to demonstrate compliance with the operation and maintenance requirements for the community water and sewer systems as required by section 12.7 of the subdivision regulations to the satisfaction of the city engineer and the Department of Planning and Development. So, as mentioned, our water is now gonna be municipal. Originally it was privately owned, so that piece is no longer part of that. So the septic systems, we had provided an operation and maintenance manual, that breaks down. They have a contract with a company who wrote that said agreement and, for pumping the septic tanks, checking the systems, and that was broken out and handed in as an O&M manual for the septic systems. So those two communal systems. So that's how condition number 20 was handled. Condition of approval number 21, the applicant shall provide documentation sufficient to comply with section 13.5.E.8 requiring that the applicant demonstrate the proposed private street will be properly maintained to provide access for police, fire, and other emergency vehicles to the satisfaction of the city engineer and the Department of Planning and Development. So on page 8 of those condominium documents, it states that exact verbiage, that the private road, which is handled and maintained by the condominium association, will maintain and provide access for police, fire, and other emergency vehicles. And just to be clear, all these condominium documents are recorded at the end, so they're not recorded as of today, but those get recorded that state all of these items and broke down. So that is listed on page 8 there for condition number 21. Condition of approval number 22. The applicant shall provide documentation sufficient to demonstrate compliance with section 10.4.C.2B of the subdivision regulations, requiring estimates for the completion of all on and off-site improvements, which shall be subject to a performance security agreement pursuant to section 7.10 of these regulations, to the satisfaction of the city engineer and Department of Planning and Development. So our client had provided a breakdown of costs. They've put this out to bid and gotten real good bid numbers at this point. So those numbers were provided, and then ultimately there'll be a security agreement back from the city that they'll agree to and put up a bond for. That was condition of approval number 22. Condition of approval number 24. The applicant shall prepare and record an open space covenant or deed restriction in accordance with section 501.1.f.5, 6, and 7 of the zoning ordinance, and shall be in form and content acceptable to the Planning and Development Department and the city's legal counsel. And then there's also a staff note on, in addition to the requirements of section 501, 5, 6, 7 of the zoning ordinance, the covenant and deed restriction must also comply with the requirements of section 12.2D of the subdivision regulations, which is included under the condition of approval of number 19, which ultimately goes into the ownership of who owns the open space. The condominium owns the open space. It's a common area that will be recorded. So as that, the covenant of the, and Rick might be able to explain this best, but in that condominium document that gets recorded, it's not a separate deed for the open space because the covenant of the condominium breaks out the ownership of all 3 of the common areas, which are all the area that is not your house lot, your limited common area if you bought a condo there. So that's also outlined, page 8 of the condominium documents. Protection of the open space where it remains open. It's for use of the condominium owners to use that walking trail, and then if they wanted to enjoy the outdoor area. And as part of the open space too, there were comments that were at the planning board hearing in April about where Conservation Commission had asked for the trail, potentially having outdoor benches. So we had added a bench on 2 benches along the perimeter of that walking trail. We had provided dog pickup stations for the baggies for people walking dogs and those things. So those were added as part of that open space piece. Condition of approval number 30 being the last one. This is, the majority of these are site plan or condominium plan revisions or changes that were done. I can walk right through those. Adding a zoning table to the cover sheet, identifying the dimensional requirements of each lot. If you want, I can point to each sheet where we've made these changes, or I can read just.
I just wonder if there are any specific questions about any of the, because there's a lot, and a lot of it's technical, so I don't.
Yeah, this is,
Where are the guest parking spaces?
Yes, so as it came up for visitor parking and stuff, we widened the driveways at the garages so we can fit 2 cars on the majority of the homes. So some of them is still like this. This is the smallest one that can't fit 2 cars wide. And then we added a striped circle around up top where they can fit cars around the inner circle to park there if people want to park and walk the trail along that upper end of the property. And then now each home has a 2-car garage shown and 2-car spaces in the driveway, majority of them. So I think it was asked for.
Do some still have 1-car garage, or they're all 2-car now?
They're all 2-car that have garages. There are some units that don't have garages, which is this one. Can fit 2 cars wide. Unit number 5 is the only one that has a single car lane. This one is the most encumbered based on the open space around it and really our buffer from the wetland back. So we can't make that house larger or add a garage to it.
So when that couple has another couple over for dinner or a meeting, where do those guests park?
They can park up at the circle. So we've added a 9-foot wide lane up at the circle around the entire circle so they can fit cars up at the circle on the inner turning.
We've asked for a long time for single-family homes that people can buy. So we're very, personally speaking for myself, very happy to see someone attempting this huge project. But speaking as someone who's lived in more than one homeowners association, I think it's light on parking, but you're selling $700,000 houses and you're gonna want to attract people, so I mean, that's just I'm not gonna make it a condition to change it, I'm just saying, somebody might be concerned about that.
Yeah, so that's the condition of only one home out of the 13. That has, you can fit 2 cars in length of the driveway, just not side by side. And that one does not have a garage.
Yeah, but
they are walking.
assuming that there aren't too many single people that are gonna be buying a $700,000 single-family home, they're gonna have 2 cars, living out in the country. There's no bus there, they're gonna have 2 cars, so I'm just saying, okay, so now they have a couples come over for whatever, barbecue, with their little kids, and they have to walk, it's just something I mentioned, not something that I'm gonna try and make a requirement, I'm just saying,
It may be a unicorn type of situation where you have to find that right person to buy
Yeah.
that particular house.
could be, just a comment. And the other question I had is, why does the walking trail go over the top of the septic field?
So once the septic is constructed, it's below grade. So it's just a grass area, so you have you can walk over the top of it. There's no impact to foot traffic over it. No different than, the leach field portion of the septic system. So this is one of the leach fields. That's where the sidewalk or the walking path, it's not a sidewalk, it's just a gravel walking path that crosses the leach field. But to the common person walking across that, they're not gonna know that there's a leach field below their feet. And the foot traffic won't impact that leach field's function.
I have a couple questions about the water, which we've sort of talked about it. And one of them is for Tim. So what we have for F, is F an amendment to the submission materials for E? Just in terms of like what is becoming public record, you know what I mean, like?
Yeah. 3F can stand on its own as you're just amending the development plans to switch from wells to municipal water.
Okay, what I'm really asking is it a problem that it says on page, it's 156 of our packet up at the top there, that it says that it has the old plan there because that's supplanted by or should that be edited so that so that the record is clear?
Let me, you're referring to the full agenda packet available on the.
Yes, I'm
yeah, let me.
sorry.
It's downloading now, so let me make sure I'm on the right, literally on the right pages here. It's gonna take a second. It's gonna be another minute or two, so I don't know if you wanna.
Yeah, well, and while that's downloading, do you have, are all potential, like, do you have easements to arrange or anything with the butters, or is that all set? For the water line?
Yes, for this, there is no easement with abutters. What we've submitted is running down the Plant Road in the travel lane. So this was an initial discussion with city engineer, and we're gonna follow that lane because there's a guardrail and it drops off at more than a 2-to-1 slope, so we're just following that. So it would be in the city right of way. That would be a ductile iron line to meet city standards, and then switching to a plastic line at the property line.
Cool. And you're tying into the city water, but not the city sewer, which was very briefly my situation, and it was like my favorite thing, because they just cross out the sewer part on the bill with a Sharpie. Because it was like I hope that they still do it that way, because it made me smile every time, and my water bill no longer makes me smile. But so the thing that I was asking about, it's on page 3 of the Fieldstone heading document. It says revised July 22nd, 2026. And the only thing I want to confirm is that we're not going to run into trouble, because it is sort of mentioning when the plan was still for a well. I just want to make sure that what has happened, like, that
Let me see.
the amendment has amended this, or if it just needs to be edited to make it consistent across.
So I'm on page 156, and it's
Oh, yeah,
a plan sheet.
Oh,
So I guess we're,
I'm about to.
yeah, page 156 of 531.
Oh, I have 156 of 494. Here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, here. This makes me feel better for how often. So it's like just up here. It's just this. And it may be that it's been resolved by there being additional staff items.
All right, so this is the updated project narrative, page 3.
It's in paragraph E, which actually starts on the previous page, but it's like.
I say.
They're talking about is on page 3 of this packet.
I'm not seeing a,
Statement of efficiency, availability, and capacity of utility services to provide water, fire protection, and sewer and storm drainage, blah, blah, blah.
oh, yeah.
Like, is it okay that it's should it be changed? That's all.
Okay, so there's, right, okay. For the applicant, the project narrative that has a revised date of July 22nd, 2026, the chair is pointing out that at the top of page 3, it's still stating that the municipal water line will not be extended. So perhaps we could get, maybe not necessarily as a condition of approval, but perhaps we could get an updated, just to avoid any confusion in the future, maybe we could get an updated narrative that just corrects that.
Yep.
Would that work for the board? Yep.
And I wasn't sure if the existence of the materials for F made that necessary, but it seems like it would be easy to just edit
Yeah.
that, so.
I had a question for Brian, is the cistern still required
Yeah.
for fire protection with city water?
Yeah, well, so they're proposing a cistern. And, you know, it's got a dry well, I mean, a dry hydrant connected to it. So that's sufficient in my mind. Fire department, I don't know if they'll have any comments on that. I think they reviewed all that and were comfortable with it the first go-around.
Yeah.
So that didn't really change. And the water they're proposing really isn't municipal, it's municipal supplied water, but it's a private system. And that system is really not designed for fire hydrants. So the cistern makes sense.
I noticed in the documents that you have made some provisions for reserve funds starting immediately. And again, having lived in more than one HOA situation, it seems common that people that move into new developments tend to set their association fees very low for the first 10 years because they really don't have many big expenses. And in the meantime, after 7 years, they move, and then the people who buy their houses all of a sudden have to bear all the big expenses because there are no reserve funds. So I think it's wise to start including some reserve funds for things that might need to be the road, the trees, trimming, and things like that, and the septic system in the future, so that the people that live there 10 or 20 years down the road don't get hit with all the big fees when other people have enjoyed the use of the systems all along. The other big issue in HOAs now is renters. And because of the price of the homes, you're probably not going to have that many renters, and you protect yourself if you can't sell all the houses and you build them and you want to rent them until you can sell them. I understand that, but some associations now are trying to put a limit on the percentage of the homes that can be owned by renters, because when these big real estate companies come in and buy a majority of the homes, then they can, because of the voting percentages to approve things, they can prevent anything being done in the community that the homeowners who aren't renters want. So, you know, that's a big issue now. You might want to look into some sort of limit that's tied to the approval percentages you need in your regulations to get things done. They were characteristically not in documents for many years. It's just something that's come up recently now that these big REITs, national companies, are coming in and buying a large number of homes or units in a community.
Do we have any more questions on what's been presented so far, or should we let, because I think you had more to, we sort of curtailed your.
Yeah, number 30 is broken down by plan change, and there is a large amount of them. There's not, nothing substantial changed on the plan, but I'll quick run right through. Zoning table on our cover sheet, so we added that. Information for name and business of the surveyor, license number, and anyone that has a seal on it, including engineer, architect, soil scientist, wetland scientist. So our cover now shows everyone that has stamped the plans. They are all employees of Fieldstone Land Consultants. Remove notes throughout the plan regarding dimensional requirements for class 1 lots. Those have been removed. Provide a construction detail of the roadway guardrail. That's been added. Delineate the protected space on the site layout. So the open space delineation is added on to SP1, and then the condominium sheet CD1 shows the full extent of the open space. Add notes on dust control measures. So that was previously noted on the erosion control notes on DT1. On the condominium site plan, rename the condominium to rename the sheet to condominium and open space plan, so we renamed that. Update as may be required per conditions of approval, so we've updated that based on these conditions that we went through. Provide meets and bounds for all limited common areas. The meets and bounds have been added on sheet CD2. Update unit numbering for consistency on other plan sheets, so the unit numbering shows for both the unit number and what would be the address number. So we had just unit numbers and a placeholder for what the address would be. We've now gotten that from city assessing, so those were added. Remove the unit legend. The unit legend is required for an AG submission for condominium, so we have that. We just made sure it was clear that one is a unit number designation, one is a address, so a house address number. So that's clarified on the legend. Add tax map lot numbers for the new lots. So consult with the city assessor. So we've added that on there, which is the unit address. The entire lot remains the same ownership, which is the condominium association. Each home and the limited common area is owned by the person who purchases it. Those limited common areas and units are owned by the person. However, those are they don't get their own tax number because a condominium it's a subdivision of title. It's not a subdivision of land, so you don't end up with tax numbers on each of these. Hard to depict all that on the plan, but it's on there now. Add the following notes. So per section 1314 of the subdivision regulations, so we've added that note onto the condominium CD1. Number H, on the utility plan, update the notes for references or remove references to LDC, that was removed. Add a note on the electric, telephone, and cable distribution system shall be underground. That was added and shown as underground previously. Add a note indicating that underground utilities, electric, telephone, cable must maintain a minimum clearance of 10 feet from all proposed water lines, electrical service, and water mains are 10 feet apart. So we've added that and we showed a dimension. Correct the cistern location on all plan sheets. So the fire cistern, so it had moved from where we originally had it. We had it closer to the wells, and then we moved it up to the top at the cul-de-sac per the fire department wanted it up there. Ease of access. And then add the cistern detail sheet, so to the satisfaction of the fire department, so that was updated at that time. Amend the cover sheet to provide description of the plan revisions, so the revision block is on there with a date and being updated to the date that was noted. Add a note to the grading plan that a minimum of 4 inches of topsoil shall be provided to the cover. So our details all show 6 inches minimum and covering of finished slopes. And then add guest parking area of 4 spaces. So that's where we also widened most of the driveways that we could to add more parking at each home. And then we also added around the circle at the top, added a stripe around the circle and allowed parking around that circle at the top. There's more than enough than 4 spaces up around the circle. You could probably fit 8 cars around that. Provide additional landscaping along the street, walking path, and or in the common areas in the amount of 30 shade trees of a 2 to 3 inch caliper. So we added, the trees are added, those are on the landscaping plan, and based on the planning board discussion where they're spread out equally up the street to make it look like a street landscaping, and then placed kind of around the walking trail in equal amounts around the walking trail to just have that. Also included, so we just noted, there was a revision to the condominium documents. Those were submitted as they met the other 5 conditions. And then site-specific soils map and report, that was originally a request for a waiver. We have now submitted that. That's part of our alteration of terrain permit application as well. And then the inspection and maintenance manual for a fire cistern, so we had submitted that. So that was the last condition of number 30 of these plan changes.
So thank you. Do we have questions about that?
Just a clarification, these are all prefaced with, to the satisfaction of the Planning and Development Department as well as the city engineer, and some of this, the city attorney in other instances, so it fully meets the sniff test of the professionals in the room.
Yes, I can, so the short answer is that staff would be comfortable with the board making a decision on both of these applications tonight in the applicant's favor, subject to the conditions that are set forth in the draft motion. I can speak to any particular condition or otherwise.
Okay.
I have a small question. The houses are shown in kind of a gold color on the map, and on some of the lots, there's something that looks like a shed that's also gold. Is that what those are?
Yes, so when we went to get a approval for impact of the buffer over here, one of the uses that is allowed by right, if approved by zoning for within a buffer, is a shed. So we added sheds as placeholders within those houses, and that drove us. And then the houses that we could fit, we placed those sheds as a placeholder. So they're a 10 by 10 shed. You're allowed up to 120 square feet of shed within the buffer. So 10 by 10 is 100 square feet.
So they may or may not end up being there.
They may not end up being there, but we decided to put them there when we went through the buffer process because they're allowed by right with approval.
We also, I think, have not opened public comment on this, which I will do if there's anyone here in the room who would like to speak to this. I don't see anyone. Or if there's anyone online. So that we can close public comment. Does the board have any last/additional questions for either the applicant or for our planning staff? Would anyone be interested in making a motion with the caveat that it was brought to my attention that we actually didn't do the motion for completeness on this one, which I apologize for, so we would have to also do that. But if anyone would be interested in making a motion.
I'll do the completeness.
Yeah.
I, Andrew Fawns, move that the applications of Oaks and Son Construction LLC for a compliance hearing regarding PB 2026-09-FMAJ and for an amendment to the Heritage Way PERD major subdivision approval, PB 2026-40-FMAJA, are complete enough for the planning board to accept jurisdiction and commence review.
Would anyone like to second?
Second.
Seconded by Kathy, and show of hands, all in favor? That's unanimous and retroactive to the start of this discussion. Thank you. I just want to thank the applicant for the responsiveness to previous feedback,
Here.
particularly things like the walking trail and the benches, like that's just great.
And the trees.
And the trees.
Yeah,
The trees.
definitely appreciate the willingness to work with the board and our suggestions and, making it a community that's, it's like, from the plan, it's gonna be somewhere nice to live, so, thank you.
Agreed.
You want me to jump on that grenade? I'll do motion for compliance hearing. So,
Thank you.
yeah, no worries. We don't have Patrick here who usually jumps on the opportunity to.
How do we volunteer him, like, it's gone to do the motions?
All right, so gonna make motions in reference to PB 2026-09-FMAG compliance hearing. On April 27th, 2026, the planning board approved the application of Oaks and Son Construction LLC, the applicant, and Robert J. Oaks, the property owner, for final plat review pursuant to section 10.3 of the subdivision regulations of a proposed plan unit residential development PERD containing 13 detached dwelling units together with the related site improvements to be constructed on property located on LaPlante Road, tax map 138, lot 27, zoned R3, RL1 and RL2, PB 2026-09-FMAJ, as shown on a plan set titled Heritage Way Development, prepared by Fieldstone Land Consultants, PLLC, dated January 12, 2026, last revised April 21st, 2026, project number 408.00. Pursuant to condition of approval number 14 as set forth in the board's notice of action for PB 2026-09-FMAJ, the applicant's compliance with conditions of approval 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, and 30 require a compliance hearing before the planning board pursuant to section 79A7 of the subdivision regulations and New Hampshire RSA 676 4II. Based on testimony given, the applicant materials included in the agenda packet for August 10th, 2026 planning board meeting and supporting documents submitted, the planning board finds that the applicant has satisfied conditions of approval 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, and 30, subject to the following conditions, which shall be administered and verified by Planning and Development Department staff, subject to appeal to the planning board in the event of any disagreement or dispute. Number one, regarding condition of approval 19, the applicant shall prepare and record an open space covenant or deed restriction that addresses the requirements of section 12.2.d of the subdivision regulations, if deemed appropriate and advisable by the Planning and Development Department, and in keeping with past practice, and any such document shall be in form and content acceptable to the Planning and Development Department. The applicant shall also make any additional changes to the declaration of condominium as may be requested by the Planning and Development Department. Number two, conditions of approval 20, 21, and 22 remain outstanding, notwithstanding the requirements of a condition of approval 14 as set forth in a notice of action for PB 2026-09-FMAJ. Compliance with conditions of approval 20, 21, and 22 shall be verified administratively with notification provided to the planning board in lieu of a formal compliance hearing. Number three, regarding condition of approval number 24, the applicant shall prepare and record an open space covenant or deed restriction that addresses the requirements of section 501.1.f.5, 6, and 7 of the zoning ordinance, if deemed appropriate and advisable by the Planning and Development Department and in keeping with past practice, and any such documents shall be in form and content acceptable to the Planning and Development Department. Regarding condition of, number 4, regarding condition of approval number 30, the applicant shall make the following revisions to the plan set to the satisfaction of the Planning and Development Department and city engineering within 40 days of the compliance hearing. A, any changes regarding the proposed water system as may be required by the Department of Public Works pursuant to the conditions of approval for PB 2026-40-FMAJ. B, on all applicable sheets, revise the open space to exclude the water pump station and update the open space calculation and meets and bounds accordingly. C, in the cover sheet zoning table, change the minimum R3 lot size to 10,000 square feet. D, on the condominium and open space plan, I, clarify the location and identification of the limited common areas. 2, amend note 11 to remove the reference to wells. 3, remove the garden located along the northern boundary of the property. 4, add a note indicating that the open space is protected and identifying the applicable use restrictions as set forth in section 501.1.f of the zoning ordinance and section 12.2d of the subdivision regulations. E, amend the cover sheet to provide description of plan revisions, 5.1.e.4.d. The applicant shall provide the Planning and Development Department a digital copy of the revised plan set saved in a PDF-A format for archival purposes. And a motion. Yea or nay?
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Don
Don will
second?
second.
And
With just one correction, in the project number was 4080.00.
Thank you.
4080.
I second that. Actually,
so show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous, so that passes. And then we have another one.
I'll go ahead and start the motion if you like. Yep. So Motion on waiver, PB 2026-40-FMAJA. Wes Acord moves that the application of the Oaks and Sun Construction LLC, PB 2026-40-FMAJA, the Lebanon Planning Board approves a waiver from section 10.4.B.2.B of the subdivision regulations, which requires an applicant to obtain a water use permit where the development is proposed to be served by the municipal water system, and to include a copy of the permit with the subdivision application. Any seconds?
Don seconds.
Show of hands, all in favor? That's everyone. So that passes. Are you,
You really want me to finish this thing out?
Good.
only if you feel inclined, we can.
I guess I'm warmed up. All right, number 4, motion on the subdivision amendment application, PB 2026-40-FMAJA. Wes Acord moves that the Lebanon Planning Board approve the application of Oaks and Sun Construction LLC, PB 2026-40-FMAJA, for an amendment to the Heritage Way PERD major subdivision originally approved on April 26, 2026, PB 2026-09-FMAJ, to allow the development to connect to and be served by the municipal water system in place of 2 on-site wells as originally approved, as shown on a plan set titled Heritage Way Development, prepared by Fieldstone Land Consultants, PLLC, dated January 12, 2026, last revised July 22nd, 2026, project number 4080.00, and including any and all submissions and testimony provided for and during the public hearing. This approval is subject to the following conditions. 1, the applicant shall comply with the planning board notice of action for PB 2026-09-FMAJ, dated April 27th, 2026, and shall satisfy and comply with all conditions of approval thereof, except as may be superseded by the conditions below. Number 2, within 45 days of the planning board's approval, the applicant shall make the following revisions to the plan set to the satisfaction of the Planning and Development Department and the city engineer. A, any changes required by the Department of Public Works relative to the proposed water service. B, any changes required per the planning board's condition of approval adopted following the compliance hearing for PB 2026-09-FMJA, held on August 10th, 2026. Amend the cover sheet to provide description of plan revisions 5.1.E.4.D. 3, prior to application for a building permit and prior to commencement of construction activities, the applicant shall obtain approval from the city council or the city manager's office for the development's water flows and for extension of the water main in LaPlante Road, in accordance with the applicable chapter 182 of the city code. 4, prior to application for a building permit and prior to commencement of construction activities, the applicant shall, to the satisfaction of the Department of Public Works, provide an operation and maintenance plan for the proposed water pump station. Number 5, for purposes of condition of approval, number 15, set forth in the notice of action for PB 2026-09-FMAJ. The approved plat to be recorded shall be the condominium and open space plan, sheets CD-1 and CD-2, as revised for the planning board's conditions of approval and adopted following the compliance hearing for PB 2026-09-FMJA, held on August 10th, 2026.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Don. Don seconds.
Do we, show of hands, all in favor? That is unanimous, so that passes. Thank you so much. And thank you for reading all
Thank
of
you.
that.
Great, thank you very much.
Let's do back in.
Thank you, Tim.
With the understanding that we have applicants still waiting, should we take a very tight 5 minutes to sort of shake ourselves off a little bit here too, because we'll be awake. So it is currently 8:56. We will be back at 9:01. Thank you, everyone.
I should have worn a sweater.
It's cold in here, yeah. Take a couple of laps.
Cold is not something I'm usually used to here these days. It's interesting to see
Oh, you guys are hardcore, no break, huh?
what an organization
Yeah, that was great.
like they have to be there.
You like it better that way.
Is green active or red active? Green for hot?
But you know, my neighborhood, their terms
Oh, yeah.
is. Oh, they're not the big ones. They're 89, 600. I read the, I get the Daily Local, Valley News. Because I always read.
Yeah.
It's one
Thank you. So we're back. And the next item on our agenda is the Barrow Street. It's 3G, but we are going to take that up at the work session in 2 weeks. Do we need to do a motion or speak to that at all?
Yeah, I always go back and forth between making motions on postponements or not, but I don't know.
I'll move to postpone it to our work session on the 28th.
Yeah, it's so the item 3G should be postponed to the August 24th, 2026 work session, just so the board's aware there are that there will be 2 items on that agenda, the Barrow Street development and CF.
Okay.
Second.
Kathy seconds, and we can do a show of hands, all in favor? Thank you, that is unanimous. And so moving on to the next item, which is the Muse, and if, we should do the motion to accept jurisdiction this time.
Staff would recommend that. Staff would recommend that agenda items 3H and 3I, which both of which are 20 Spencer Street is the subject of, are both complete enough for the board to accept jurisdiction and to commence review.
Do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Show of hands, all in favor? That is unanimous, and we have the applicant here, so if we can, if you can introduce yourself and spell your name for the recording secretary.
I'd be happy to. Good evening. My name is Nick Golan, Golon. I'm President and Chief Engineer with TF Moran, and here this evening on behalf of the Muse Lebanon LLC, as well as your fine city. Given that this is a joint project that was conducted as part of an RFP. I see some familiar faces here, both on staff side as well as the board. So I'll give details as to the changes to the development. If there's any particular questions or if you want me to expound on any certain elements, I'm happy to do so, but also want to be judicious with your time. So relative to the project background, I had mentioned that this was a part of the City Council RFP, whereby the developer was selected to redevelop this property. The amendment that is before you is very much consistent with all of the tenets that were expressed, both in that RFP as well as the prior site plan approval. What we are seeking this evening is a site plan amendment for some minor changes to the plan, which I will detail, as well as a conditional use permit that allows the reduction from a 12-foot floor-to-floor height to 10-foot 2 inches. I'll note that the plans have not changed. That has always been the condition of the site plans, but just due to an inadvertent notification issue that happened 2 years ago, we weren't able to have that CUP acted on that time. Now that funding sources have been made available and provided the opportunity for this project to move forward, we're back seeking your approval of that CUP. So just a little bit of an executive summary as to those changes. And I'm going to go ahead and use the cover letter that we provided you as our go-by if you want to read along. There is a slight change to the gross floor area and the footprint of the building. So neighborhood of 200 some odd GFA, 300 plus square feet relative to the footprint. So these were changes based on a market study by both LDS Consulting and feedback from the Lebanon Housing Authority. Need some bigger units. The reality is we have families. Families need more space. So the total number of units remains the same at 80, but the types of units have changed in that we have fewer 1 beds and more 2 beds, and we still have 8 3 beds. So it's still a total of 80 overall, just a little bit of a change to the dichotomy of the units to better support what the expectations are of need for the community. The next item has to do with some of our utilities, and this is specifically in relationship to the Buy America, Build America Act, otherwise known as BABA. We were previously using a all-in-one electric HVAC unit. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of American-made options relative to that, so we've gone to a more traditional centralized system, which will be supported by propane tanks. So that is one of the changes that you see in this plan. One of the conditions is kind of an awkward one because it was added with an acknowledgement that we weren't quite sure if it was going to stick, and that had to do with the playground. A playground was proposed within the right-of-way, which required DOT's concurrence. Despite the city's best efforts and the applicant's best efforts, they weren't able to find common ground to be able to locate that playground within the right-of-way. There's other recreational opportunities, not only on this project site, but the immediate vicinity of the project, Eldridge Park's 100 feet away. So we feel we're still very much consistent with providing that amenity for this property and are seeking to remove that condition of approval. Couple of items just relative to site plan updates. Your EV parking requirements changed, and our site plan changed accordingly as far as the number. We've had the opportunity to expand our rooftop solar array. Previously, it was cordoned to a small portion of the top of the roof. No reason why we couldn't expand it. It helps with reinforcing the project's green building goals and offset the carbon footprint associated with the project, so that's been expanded. And then just the last item has to do again with our CUP that we're requesting. It is a 10-foot height, 10'2" is the request. The nature of the conditional use permit requests are outlined in our application. The reality is when it comes to those CUPs and the criteria for them, it talks about external impacts. Is the site suitable for the proposal? The character of the development, the character of the buildings and the structures. When we're talking about just a 2-foot height and change for a floor to floor, really the vast majority of that is not applicable, but we have gone through and diligently answered each one of those items. I'm happy to expand on any of those components, but also want to be sensitive to your time. In a nutshell, those are our changes, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does staff have any comment on this? I should have asked.
No particular comment on the site plan amendment request outside of the fairly limited comments that were made in the staff memo. No concern necessarily regarding the elimination of the playground, considering the rail trail is right behind the building. The what's the name of the park across the street with the baseball diamond? There's also several play structures along the river there, and then of course there's the green that's located nearby. So we don't have any concerns with the elimination of the playground, which is really the principal reason why this application needed to be reviewed by the planning board as opposed to going through the minor alteration process under section 9.2 of the site plan review regulations. I think certainly the scope of the proposed changes could otherwise be reviewed administratively with a notification to the planning board. However, because there was a specific condition of approval requiring the playground, that's not something that could be altered administratively. And so if for no other reason, that's why the amendment application is before you tonight.
I have no concerns. I think it's an excellent location for this property, and I hope you're successful in building it.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. I didn't see this in the narrative, but assuming you got approval today, when would you be looking to break ground?
My understanding would be full speed ahead. So I can't speak for the owner's project manager or the owner, but my understanding is we'd be looking to move forward as soon as we are able.
Okay, so potentially maybe this fall or winter or?
It'll have to depend on contractor availability.
Yeah.
But my understanding is they've gotten pretty far with those needs, so.
Okay.
And if I may, Nick.
Hey, there's the owner.
Jake Campbell.
Go right ahead, sir.
Jake Campbell of the News Lebanon, and just to answer that question more pointedly, we're hopeful that within the next 6 months, we should be able to commence construction on this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's a shame about the playground, and clearly makes perfect sense to have to change it. Why the first floor height change? is that just a,
So it actually hasn't changed.
I mean, or
We-
the-
We were always proposing that 10 feet too, which is consistent with residential development. When you look at your regulations, it's really catered towards some sort of commercial or retail being on that first floor, where you would typically see a higher floor height. So it's kind of an oddity. It's listed in two different places. Had already received the conditional use permit to have that residential use on the first floor because of the live-work units that would be on that floor. Just two different components of the regulation. The second one, unfortunately, we didn't get the first go-around, so here we are.
do we have,
Do we need public comment or anything?
yeah, that's what I was just seeing, if we have any other like kickoff questions, otherwise we can open to the many public comments we're gonna get, at least in person.
Or online?
Or online, if there's anybody online who would like to comment on this application, now would be the time.
Hearing
Then
none.
we can close public comment, and if the board has any additional questions or comments or motions, mostly was just wondering about the height thing.
Does all of this have to be read?
I made the conditional use per motion as short as I possibly could.
Thanks, Jim.
Wes, do you want to read it, or do you want someone else to read it?
Oh, it would be nice for somebody else, but
I'll
in the
attempt- I'll
essence of
attempt it
interest
if
of
you
getting
want
out of
me to.
here. Yeah.
Motion on completeness, PB 2026-37-SPA, PB 2026-38-CUP. Kathy Romano moved that the applications of the Muse Lebanon LLC regarding 20 Spencer Street, tax map 92, lot 31, PB 2026-37-SPA, and PB 2026-38-CUP are complete enough for the planning board to accept jurisdiction and commence review.
Do we have a second?
Don seconds that motion.
And show of hands, all in favor? And again, with my apologies for us getting to it, if one of these days I will actually get it. Kathy, do you want to, do you have an additional motion you want to make?
Motion on the site plan amendment application PB 2026-37-SPA. Kathy Romano moves that the Lebanon Planning Board approve the application of the Muse Lebanon LLC regarding 20 Spencer Street, tax map 92, lot 31, zone LD, PB 2026-37-SPA, requesting modifications per section 9.1 of the site plan review regulations to a site plan for a proposed 80-unit multifamily dwelling originally approved on September 16, 2024, PB 2024-36-SPR, including minor site layout changes and the removal of condition of approval number 25 requiring an on-site playground area as shown on a plan set titled Muse Apartments, prepared by TF Moran Incorporated, dated August 12, 2024, last revised July 26, 2026, filed 96202-.01, 25 sheets, including any and all submissions and testimony provided for and during the public hearing. In support of its decision, the board finds that the applicant has submitted plans, testimony, technical data, information, reports, and studies that together satisfactorily demonstrate compliance with the applicable requirements of the site plan review regulations, except as may reasonably be addressed through the imposition of certain conditions of approval set forth below, and except as may have been waived pursuant to section 7.1. This approval is subject to the following conditions. 1, the applicant shall comply with the planning board notice of action for PB 2024-36-SPR dated September 17th, 2024, and shall satisfy and comply with all conditions of approval thereof, except as may be superseded by the conditions below. 2, the amended plan set submitted with PB 2026-37-SPA titled Muse Apartments, prepared by TF Moran Incorporated, dated August 12, 2024, last revised July 26, 2024, shall supersede and replace the plan set referenced in the September 17th, 2024 notice of action, and all plan set related conditions of approval thereof shall apply to and with respect to the amended plan set. 3, condition number 26, set forth in the September 17th, 2024 notice of action regarding playground requirements is hereby stricken in its entirety.
And, sorry, the revision date on the plan set referenced in number 2 should be July 26, 2026, not 2024.
July, okay.
Wes will motion, will second as noted.
Opportunity for comment?
Oh, yeah, if you'd like to.
I overlooked this note from the Tree Advisory Committee that's related to this
Oh,
project
yeah.
that encourages more diversity of tree species. It's currently maple heavy.
Would you like to discuss?
Hmm?
Would you like to discuss?
I would like not to discuss because I know nothing about trees.
Would like
But
to
I,
recommend.
but I might invite that there be a condition that identifies a diversification of the trees to the satisfaction of the planning department be added as a condition.
We would not object to that condition.
Do we want to add it to the second one since we've already read the first motion? We have another motion coming.
Well, no, this is relative to site plan.
I think
Okay.
its applicant
And-
shall address the comments of the tree advisory board to the extent reasonably possible to the satisfaction of the planning and development
Sorry, not the word.
department.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good on-the-fly typing.
We need a second as amended.
Wes will second as amended.
Show of hands, all in favor? That is unanimous.
Number 3,
Thank you.
You want me to read that one?
if you'd like.
I'll take it unless somebody else wants to share this one.
Oh, the pipes.
All right. On August 10th, 2026, at the duly noticed meeting of the Lebanon Planning Board, there appeared representatives of the Muse Lebanon LLC regarding property owned by the city of Lebanon at 20 Spencer Street, tax map 92, lot 31, zoned LD, requesting a conditional use permit pursuant to section 307.A.C of the zoning ordinance to allow the proposed building street level story to be 10 feet 2 inches height, where a minimum height of 12 feet is required in the LD district, PB 2026-13-C0 CUP. Per section 3087C of the zoning ordinance, the planning board may waive the minimum street level story height required by the conditional use permit pursued to section 302.4 based on testimony given application materials presented, including the applicant's conditional use permit, support statement attached dated July 13th, 2026, and supporting documents submitted. The planning board concludes the following with respect to the conditional use enhanced performance standards set forth in the condition 302.4.d of the zoning ordinance. The site is suitable for the proposal, 302.4.d1. The external impacts of the proposed use on the abutting properties and the neighborhood is commensurate with the impacts of adjacent existing uses or other uses permitted in the zoning district, 302.4.d.2. The proposed layout and design of the site is not incompatible with the established character of the neighborhood and shall mitigate any external impacts on abutters, the neighborhood, and nearby public ways and infrastructure, 302.4.d.3. Design of the new buildings are not incompatible with the established character of the neighborhood, 302.4.d.4. The proposed use and layout of the site, including all related development activity, does, to the greatest extent practicable, preserve identified natural, cultural, historic, and scenic resources on the site and shall not degrade such identified resources on abutting properties. 302.4.5. Let me try that again. 302.4.d.5. Now therefore be it resolved, the planning board on this 10th day of August 2026 hereby grants the request of the Muse Lebanon LLC for a conditional use permit per section 307.8.c of the zoning ordinance to allow the street level story of the proposed 80-unit multifamily dwelling at 20 Spencer Street. Tax map 92, lot 31, zoned LD, originally approved on September 16th, 2024, PB 2024-36 SPR, to be 10 feet 2 inches height, where a minimum height of 12 feet is required as set forth above and per testimony, plans, and materials submitted, and per the following conditions. 1, this conditional use permit is expressly contingent upon the associated site plan approval for the 80-unit multifamily development known as the Muse, PB 2024-36-SPR and PB 2026-37-SPA. If the site plan approval expires or otherwise becomes null and void for any reason, this conditional use permit shall also automatically terminate and become null and void without further action by the planning board.
Second.
Kathy, second?
Do we, show of hands, all in favor? That is unanimous, and so that passes. Thank you to the applicant and to the reader.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration. We look forward to moving forward with our project. Thank
Best
you.
wishes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's see.
Do we need an extension of time?
Yes, let's move to extend to, I'm gonna say 9:45. And,
You're an optimist, but
and we're gonna be so
Do you want to take
optimistic.
another 5-minute break?
No.
Oh, yeah, so, if anyone else has, if anyone would like to second a motion to extend to 9:45.
second?
Bite. And then all in favor? That is unanimous, okay.
Well done.
Right. When simultaneous seconds lead to, I don't know, arm wrestling or something.
This is going a lot better than it could have.
Yeah. So I believe I saw Mr. Levatas online. We can move on to item 3J, LWM Residential LLC, 1 Foundry Street, tax map 91, lot 263, application PB 2026-39-CON. Thank you for your patience and sticking with us through this lengthy agenda. This is a conceptual review, so we don't have any kind of motion of completeness or anything. Do we have any staff comments to kick things off before we jump to the applicant?
Just very quickly, since we have so little time, the the planning board is generally familiar with the Wool Mill development, although we do have some newer board members. Originally approved back in 2022. It's a phased development. It has received a few extensions. Under the current approval, the building permit for the first phase of the development needs to be obtained by October 24th of this year, October 24th, 2026. A building permit application has been submitted. The applicant can speak for himself, but it's my understanding that they are still intent on achieving that deadline and obtaining a building permit for that first phase by the deadline. However, just in case that deadline isn't met, this project is no longer eligible for additional extensions, and so the site plan approval will automatically expire if that first building permit isn't obtained by the October 24th deadline. And so, again, I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth, but just in the event that that deadline isn't met, a new site plan approval will be required if the applicant desires to continue with the project. And so to get ahead of that and not have any gap in between a potential expiration of the plan following the passing of the October 24th building permit deadline and than, whatever time it would take to obtain a new site plan approval. The applicant, I think, is getting ahead of that and starting the process to obtain a new site plan approval for this development if it in fact becomes necessary to obtain one. And so since the project was originally approved in October 2022, the site plan review regulations have been amended to require conceptual review for projects of this size. And so this project was, there was a public notice for the project, and the plans and materials were given to the various boards and committees for potential review and comment. We did receive comments from the Pedestrian and Bicyclist Advisory Committee just this afternoon. I printed out a copy of that and placed it on your table. I just emailed it to the applicants, and so they'll have that in their inbox at some point. And I think, again, I don't want to cut into the applicant's time, so I think that's the extent of my comments. Just quickly to reiterate what I informed the board via email, which is that two important things relative to a new site plan application for this development. Number one, and this would apply to any development where a new application is needed because the old approval has expired, and that is, number one, are there any changes to the land use regulations that the development needs to now comply with? In this case, I haven't fully verified, but I believe that the only really substantive change to the land use regulations since the time that the application was originally submitted in 2022, not necessarily approved, but submitted, were the EV regulations from the zoning ordinance. And as you know, that the applicant has already brought the plan to compliance with those regulations. And then secondarily, whether all of the underlying assumptions and data that went into the preparation and other regulations, other state regulations that went into the preparation of the plan set originally, whether any of that has changed such that there needs to be some sort of update to the plan set that hasn't already been made in the past couple of years with the various iterations of the site you've seen a couple amended versions and approved a couple of amended versions of the plan. So so with that said, I'll happy to answer your questions, but I'll leave it at that.
So if the applicant would like to speak to this conceptual proposal hearing.
Hi, everyone. I know we're running out of time. Tim explained that correctly. This is just out of abundance of caution. We are still working towards pulling the permit in October, but we just wanted to get ahead of this, and we're submitting the exact same thing that was recently approved. As Tim said, we will be verifying that if there are any other changes that are required, and if there are, that will be called out in subsequent submittals, which we hope to not be making.
Hey, John, quick question about the plan set. We were talking about like the EV changes. Am I missing on the plan set that's displayed where those EV-ready parking spots are called out?
Nick is on the phone, but I'm not sure if they're in this plan set or not. I can see where they're not called out, but they were definitely called out in our, I believe, in the last submittal, so I'm sure we obviously spent a lot of time and effort helping push that, those new regulations through, so we're familiar with it. I know we have it somewhere.
Yeah, this is Nick with Engineering Ventures. On the previous plan set, they were shown in the parking garages under building 3 and then on the lower level of the parking structure. As this is just a conceptual, we're showing the site plan overview. We're not getting into that detail on this plan sheet.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions based on the previous application. Have you made any progress with that curve where the tree was on Blacksmith Street to make that a safer sight line for exiting?
The short answer is no, it's not on our property, and as previously discussed, when we get into construction, we will approach our neighbor and ask if we can help landscape their front yard. I don't know how else to
And one thing that did come out of the previous permitting processes, the site plan process, was actually adding a double yellow line to the middle of Blacksmith Street to help delineate the lanes going through there. So that's been added to the plans for a while.
And then we also have additional work on Blacksmith Street that we are, we're gonna get I think it's the water lines and the sewer line will be our responsibility to put them in compliance with DES code. And I think it's also gonna result in a wider road there as well.
Slightly, just not by much, but it's, the existing sewer line on Blacksmith Street is too shallow for code, so we're making that up to code.
And then the second question is about if you've done any further work in solidifying the smokestack and protecting it?
Thank you, I was gonna ask that.
We have not, sorry, is there a follow-up?
No, I would just kind of expand on what Kathy was saying, because per the February 23rd meeting notes, that was a requirement before beginning construction, was providing the inspection and the preservation plan to the planning board.
That's correct, and that would be before we start construction. We have a proposal from someone who will have to fly from Chicago. It's gonna cost us $20,000 to do that.
Okay. And when do you think we'll be able to see that?
That will happen before construction starts.
Okay. So I guess then I would say, if you're gonna pull permits this year, will that construction be this year or will it be next year?
We're not sure.
Okay. Kathy, did you have one?
If we pull a permit this year, I would anticipate that we are starting this year though.
Okay. So, and I guess kind of expanding on that question, also for the February 23rd meeting, there was a request for extension, and at least numerically, the number one item listed on the request for extension was noting around the concern about fundraising. Since it's been 6 months down the line, I'm curious if that condition is still a condition of concern for the project, or because there is hope to maybe pull permits this year, has that condition been kind of resolved from your perspective?
Can you reword your question? I don't understand the condition. Are you saying it's a condition of our approval, or are you just saying the condition is of the general equity markets?
Okay, so, and the request for extension, number one, national financial markets, and this is from your summary letter. Interest rates and inflation were at all-time highs at the time of the original approval. The larger real estate investment market was frozen and resulted in no fundraising capabilities. While interest and inflation has improved, real estate investment is still very stagnant, especially in rural markets. My ask is if that's still a condition. Is that still a number one concern?
Yes, that is the major concern for us right now.
Okay. And I guess my question on top of that is, do you think that concern is facilitating that construction in October? Like, have you been able to negate it for pulling permits in October?
I mean, the short answer is no. We have raised all the money to be able to start construction. We're still fundraising. We're still getting finalizing debt quotes. We're still battling the same issues.
Okay.
And they're here asking for the plan to be basically extended, which speaks for itself, I guess.
Yeah.
Question about the left turn out of Foundry Street. Having driven through the morass that is now the potential roundabout, I can't see how a left turn out of Foundry Street is going to be safe. But you can turn right out of Foundry Street and go around the green.
Yes, that's the only way you'll be able to do that, is through the roundabout, is take a right turn, go 3/4 of the way around the roundabout.
Well, there's, out of Foundry Street right now, I don't think there's a prohibition against left turns. It's just that you get T-boned if you do.
The circulation of the roundabout will be counterclockwise. So if you go out, you won't be turning left. Is it the same way with traffic? But if you're going right, you can go all the way around the roundabout.
I don't think so. You can, by turning right out of Foundry Street?
Well, when the roundabout is in.
Boundary Street
No, I don't think
touches the,
exactly.
yeah, Boundary Street touches the roundabout, so the only way is to go to your right and swing all the way around in circles if you want to.
So you
But
can't turn right out of Foundry Street and go up to the mall?
you can turn right, you can't turn left.
I think I would like to see more information on that as the circle gets farther along. I can't picture that right now.
It's on the website, if you want to go to the city website, there's a project page for the roundabout, and it shows how it's laid out, it shows Foundry Street and everything. So you can see it clearly there if you'd rather, or would like to.
Yeah, it does seem like that's the pedestrian bike advisory noted some concerns there on number 4. Seems to be in that whole general Foundry Street area. They had a pretty lengthy list of concerns there. I haven't had a chance to read through it all, but it does seem to be a shared concern. Yeah.
That and the,
I believe there's a crosswalk there, so I think bikers can get off the bike, walk over and use the crosswalk. There's also a crosswalk at the north of our property. And as discussed, I think you can take a right-hand turn, might be a little bit more out of the way. But with where the roundabout's going, it's completely out of our control as to where, you know, if there's feasibility of a left-hand turn, but it sounds like I've been on the website, I don't think that's gonna be a legal capability. So it might be a non-issue discussing a left-hand turn, but I'm happy to go to the website and look at the public information, and when we have the next discussion, we can have a little more detail as to where that roundabout actually touches Foundry, and if the left-hand turn is something that's even gonna be feasible.
Can an updated plan set incorporate the future situation there at that intersection as opposed to what's currently there?
They're two public streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also when we originally had submitted this project, we had a traffic study done for the whole development, and it envisioned the roundabout being complete at that time. So I think when we come back with a full application for a new approval, we'll have to update that. It actually has less traffic because it's a smaller project than it was back then, but it was envisioned at the time when the project was first approved and first submitted.
Okay, so it sounds like we can see an updated plan set with the circle in it, as asked. Thank you.
I think the other piece of feedback from Ped Bike that was just in this memo was about some kind of, I'm apparently just stuck on planters tonight, but like something on the pedestrian mall between the buildings, just in case somebody got confused about the roundabout and decided that they were gonna drive on the area they're not supposed to be driving, just so that we're giving you all the feedback that they gave us.
We saw the message, and you can see in our site plan, there's ballards or ballasts, I always forget which the correct word is, blocking any access from vehicles at the end of both those parking places. And then I just wanted to clarify, you said then we will provide a roundabout. We have a traffic study. Nick, I don't believe that we did any, I have to go look at the traffic study, but I just want to make sure that are you asking us to redraw and show where the circle is relative to Foundry Street? Because I don't believe that's part of our scope. It wasn't part of our scope outside of having a professional traffic analysis done, which discussed it. I'll be happy to open that up. And I'm sure it's probably somewhere in the public realm, and we can send that back around for more information. If it needs to be updated, we can update it, but I don't believe there are any drawings of us redrawing Foundry or Mechanic Street there.
I guess what I'm asking is what I'm seeing on the screen right now. What I'm seeing on the screen right now, who did that come from?
That is from our civil engineer.
Yeah, the surveyor completed the it was the existing condition survey on, you're talking about Mechanic Street, High Street, Foundry Street intersection.
Yep.
So yeah, it was the existing conditions when the survey was done in 2022. John, I think what he's asking is to take the city's design and add it to the existing conditions plan. If we can get a CAD file from the city of that, it's a really easy lift. But again, I think the more important thing is that our traffic impact study back in 2022 envisioned the design. We had the design for the traffic circle at that point, the roundabout at that point, and they looked at that, considered it, and weighed the full build-up with the roundabout in it.
So it sounds like maybe a new traffic study isn't warranted, but the question is, when we're trying to figure out how this and what, Ted Bike noted out, it would be nice to see a updated existing conditions if the existing conditions that we see here are no longer existing.
So, if we can get if there's an updated CAD, but I just found our traffic study, that there's a picture of it in our traffic study submittal from the original thing, so we can recirculate that very easily, and it'll show you that. We'll just need to verify that what was projected a few years ago is the exact same thing.
I think there was always even a question back then about whether there would be a left turn out of Foundry Street, just as a question raised at that time.
I can share you the picture right now if you guys want to look at it.
I think when we get to, if we get to a new site plan review and we get a new existing conditions, let's talk about it some more then.
Okay.
The other interesting one was the request that Ped Bike had about public deeded access to the riverfront.
Yes.
Which we haven't discussed, I think we assume because of the park area in the middle of the development that would be true, but it probably is best to have it deeded.
I agree.
Yeah, if we can formalize that. I will point out that I was overly optimistic with the time, so we should revisit that as was kind of suggested while I was doing it.
Another 15 minutes until 10 if needed.
Let's not use them all.
Yeah, a reluctant motion to extend to 10 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor? Reluctant. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I mean, with the understanding that ideally you won't need this, right? Because you'll get your building permit and things will just sort of roll. If at the time you're doing an application, I think we would need the depicted plan to reflect the conditions as they are when your plan is submitted. I think that would be best practice. At some point, they have to finish building this roundabout. Like, it can't go on forever. So,
Not in the condition it is now.
It'll be finished in June next year.
Next
well,
year?
Okay, so if it's not done till June of next year, then,
It takes what it takes.
yeah, oh my gosh.
Looking forward to you being able to start this, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even, oh my gosh, really? Sorry, I just like short circuited. Oh, but yeah, so that may mean that it's a slightly speculative, you could do, I mean, I'm not suggesting that you actually submit a plan with just a squiggle dirt pile in it, but that might be the condition of the road at that point. Let's see. Do we have, if we're pretty confident that the regulations around this have not changed, like our building ordinance, other than the EV charging, like the actual building code hasn't changed, my hope would be that if we do end up having to revisit this as an application, we are I'm trying to think how exactly I want to phrase this. We're not throwing a bunch of wrenches into that plan in a way that would make any big fundamental changes to it. I don't, in terms of like just the temperature of the board on that sort of thing, just because this is like,
Well, other than the things that we mentioned just now, he's presenting the same plan. We approved that plan before. It would seem logical that it stands a very good chance of getting approved again, and it gives them another, what, 2 or 3 years, Tim?
The, if a new site plan approval is granted, the benefit certainly to the applicant would be that the new vesting thresholds would be applicable, and so they would have an additional 3 years to achieve active and substantial. No, I always get these thresholds. They would they would be subject to the new extended timeframes.
As if that application had just come in now and never existed a couple years ago.
I'm sorry.
It would be an entirely new application.
Yes.
Similar-
Exactly.
The same as the previous one, but it would be as if it wasn't presented before.
Exactly.
The timeframes all start when we,
Exactly.
And I mean, I guess I would say that would be the risk, is if you don't complete your project during the original approval period, then it's a new project. So you take that risk. Like,
That's right. Yeah, there's a risk that the regulations change in the meantime, and it's possible the regulations change to an extent that you couldn't do your project at all as originally approved.
regulations change, the city council changes, the planning board changes, the zoning board changes, there's a whole bunch of changes that happen.
Right.
So.
Does Joan have any questions for us?
yeah, do you have any questions for us as part of this?
No, I don't. We're still really excited, same project. We're working very, very hard to make this happen. And as we've all said, I hope that this is the last meeting we ever have discussing this. And this is just out of an abundance of caution meeting, and we're moving dirt and getting stuff done this year.
Awesome.
That would be fantastic.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging in through this long meeting.
No problem. Thank you for volunteering your time to sit in these long meetings all the time.
Does that mean if they start the project this year, we don't have to get access to the riverfront?
Yeah, we didn't ask for it.
To be determined.
We done?
Yes, I think, well,
We got 4A and B, right?
yeah.
Have we formally closed this?
Oh, yes, so we can close, oh, I guess technically this is no, conceptual reviews aren't public hearings. I'm doing my own thing. Yes, we are complete here, I think, so thank you. And we will move on to items 4A and 4B. For one of those, we have a memo.
What is?
Where are we here?
XYZ, dairy stuff.
Yeah,
So, as we're ramping up, there is kind of a procedural question here that should be addressed before the discussion. I don't know how it's directly presented or perhaps intimated in some of the materials that may have been shared with the board. But the board should know that for the River Park matter, I had recused from the most recent request for an extension of their project deadlines. And I did so, and I'll read from my notes on this. I recused from the current XYZ extension hearing followed but rather my recusal from the current XYZ extension hearing followed an extensive presentation by the applicant's counsel that was not included in the application materials. As such, I had no benefit of the planning board's counsel prior to making that choice. The applicant's counsel argued that I was biased and conflicted and that if I did not recuse, any adverse decision of the board would be challenged. While I don't believe the charges made against me have merit, I reasoned that I could not freely engage on the application with the threat of further challenge and with its potential to limit my and others' exercise of independent judgment hanging overhead. I had confidence the board would make a well-reasoned decision on the matter, and that's how I ended that. I did not feel then, and I do not feel now, that I have a conflict or a bias with this particular applicant or this applicant's projects. That was confirmed by the Superior Court of New Hampshire's decision in receiving from the applicant a case identifying or proposing all sorts of malfeasance within the city of Lebanon and including the planning board, where it was found in brief, the court determines that XYZ has not met its burden to show that Mr. Fonts has a conflict. This page is broken weirdly. Jim?
Can I just, if I could just read from the decision very briefly, it's, the court wrote, in part, taken as a whole, Mr. Fonts' conduct and communications reflect his engagement with various aspects of his planning board duties and a neutral approach to XYZ matters before the planning board. In sum, the court determines XYZ has not met its burden to show that Mr. Fonts has a personal bias or other disqualifying reason that he should have recused himself from XYZ proceedings. Thus, the court denies XYZ's requested relief to declare void all planning board decisions in which Mr. Fonts participated. And I'm reading from a court decision in the matter of XYZ Dairy LLC versus City of Lebanon. And the order is dated November 25th, 2025. This was one decision point in this lawsuit, which was the underlying complaint of which was withdrawn with prejudice around that same time.
So the long and the short of it is, I made a choice based upon a relatively limited amount of information in a highly pressurized situation, one that turned out to be maybe not the greatest choice that I could have made for me personally, and ultimately perhaps not the best choice that I might have made on behalf of the well-being of the taxpayers in Lebanon. But it wasn't one that I did out of any admission of wrongdoing. And I was very pleased to see that the court perceived it the same way. So this is a long-winded way of saying I am withdrawing the recusal that I had offered for this application for the particular River Park project. That extends to any other business that this applicant may still have with the City of Lebanon. I have no personal or pecuniary interest in any of these matters. Moreover, I think I have worked firmly but fairly as prior planning board chair in attending to them. And I don't intend to step back and not participate thoughtfully and effectively and also vigorously with respect to other matters that the applicant would put forth before the board. That being said, I'm more than welcome to hear any thoughts, comments, or wonderments before we move into actually talking about what this applicant has in front of us.
And I'm not sure that I can talk about it because I've always recused myself at the applicant's request over the 15 years or so that we've been considering this application, so do I have to recuse myself even from the discussion
Well,
when he's not here?
the one thing I'll say with certainty is that you certainly don't have to recuse yourself, and I don't recall that you did from the discussion or consideration of the conditional use permit for the cottage, for the Crafts Avenue cottage development, but
But the cottage development was not, the reason for recusing myself at his request was because the neighborhood in which I live is across the street from River Park. Even though I can't see River Park from where I live, and I don't even back up to the road that backs up to River Park, but he absolutely insisted. And so as not to put the city in jeopardy, I recused myself, even though I probably had more interest in that development than anyone else on the board.
So just as a point of order on this, the only person who can say that you need to recuse yourself is yourself on
Except
any
that you're always put in a position
Oh,
where
yeah, and
you're
I'm
jeopardizing the city's interest if you don't do it, and so.
We're all in the canoe together, is
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Oh.
So I respect what this board will choose to offer, or maybe not offer as feedback. So that's why I'm sharing with you this evening.
Well, and I just,
I don't see you as prejudiced, and I could understand why you don't want to recuse yourself.
I am glad that the court ruling went the way that it did, because it supports how I felt about your conduct in that whole situation, which was that you absolutely did and could continue to be a neutral and considered participant in those discussions personally.
We extended to 10, so.
We
got
did.
2.5 minutes. So
yeah.
Can we get through this 2.5, or do we need to extend again?
Let's see if we can. We're definitely not going to do the minutes.
Are
So,
we good?
Yes.
does anyone have any agenda? Yeah.
Please.
Very good, thank you.
So 4A is, and I actually emailed the applicant about this. 4A is the or a memo regarding an extension for a conditional use permit, which the city actually, we don't have any mechanism for that. So that's just not something that we are able, like, it's just not.
Not a thing?
It's not a thing. And so I sort of just communicated that to the applicant and said that, you know, it would just be this, instead you would just do a new conditional use application, and pointed out the site plan requirement, but otherwise none of the regulations have changed. And then we have also the River Park update, which we required in August of 2025, that we get updates every 6 months. So this is our 6-month update. So we should just, I guess, acknowledge that we received it. Is that the move?
There are intimations in the expectations set forward by the planning board that I heard read into the record, but did not read into the record, that seemed to intimate a progress report on things.
Mm-hmm.
And the only comment we have heard has to do with the efforts to sell the property.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a right and reasonable concern that this board may have to grapple with is how do the remaining years that they have on what it is that there's, in other words, what's this transition going to look like when the clock runs out on the 11th hour of the property being sold?
Mm-hmm. Well,
so
do we have? I'm gonna move that we extend to 10:05. I'm so sorry. I know. it's
I
not like-
really don't think the board needs to make motions to
Okay.
extend the time. I mean,
All right.
I don't think you need to even discuss it, but if you feel like you need to, you can certainly do it by consensus or straw poll.
All right, let's just make
wrap
a
this up.
commitment to
Yeah.
each other to get out of here by
Get
10
get through this and
it never
get this
really
one off
made
the
sense
list.
to me, because it's a
Yeah,
motion
it doesn't,
to
it makes no
adjourn.
sense.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, okay, thank you. We'll stop doing those, because it always gets me. So I think that we
A year of the 2 years that they've extended is already consumed. We're looking at possibly the end of the calendar year. I think I read that correctly,
yeah.
before things are clicking on this. In other words, what obligation does the city imagine itself to have that what is sold from from one person to another, do those rights convey and run out at exactly at the time that they would have run out to the first owner? Or is there an expectation that they get a project that's tied up in a bow and has the approval to do the project that is presently described at its present level of impact fees and et cetera? And that there's just an expectation that the planning board will convey additional time in order to make that transition less rocky.
So is the gist of what we're being asked to consider is what's here in yellow, which is the progress update, right? On the
Yep.
phasing plan.
Yep.
This says we're not doing anything because we're selling it, right?
One can draw that inference.
So, well, there's no progress listed.
Right.
There's no progress.
Right.
So we got a progress report that says no progress.
Right.
So what do? What is the impact of what we're being asked to do? Like do we say there's no progress? So if we say there's no progress, what happens? What's the impact of our?
I think
What expectation should be shaped, if any, based upon our getting this progress report?
I think the thing that we asked them to do in August of 2025 was to update us on what they're doing every 6 months.
No.
They have done that.
Okay.
Well,
And
it's,
so-
it's progress made toward the phasing plan milestones. So it's not just saying, let us know what you're doing every 6 months. It's right. It's what have you been doing towards the project?
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think we really could care or should care about if they're planning to sell it or not. It's not sold, nor that, I don't know why that would be in consideration towards a project. So I guess kind of back to the original question, if we say that this is not showing progress on a milestone, what does that mean if we say it's not showing progress? What's the impact? Does it mean anything if we say there isn't?
So I'll just speak to the condition as written. It wasn't appealed, it was written, so here it is. So just taking it at its own terms, I think you have two options. I mean, you probably have more than two, but I think it would, if you simply accept the statement as written, yet you feel that it doesn't address the requirement, which it doesn't appear to, I think it's important that you make that, at a minimum, make that statement for the record. That this letter does not satisfy the intent or even the plain language of the requirement of condition number 2. If you say nothing, then the way that this decision is written, you've already set it, the board at the time already set it up for the next extension request. And so I think the idea, I presume the idea of condition number 2 is to suggest that if you want another extension, which is a whole other topic, but if you want another extension, applicant, you have to show us that you're making progress towards meeting the conditions and the milestones. So if you say nothing with respect to what's been provided to you today, the presumption then is that it's sufficient. The applicant has met its burden, and therefore there should be no suggestion is being made that there should be any difficulty in obtaining another extension because the board expressed no concern over the progress update that was made. The other thing, so I think it's important that I think it's important that a statement be made as to what you think the sufficiency of this letter is relative to compliance with this condition. You could also make it go even further and make a determination that it is simply, that it is not in compliance, and therefore it jeopardizes the entire extension. You could, we would want to, not tonight, but you might want to continue this next meeting. If you wanted to go down this path, you could consider voiding the approval, or at least requesting that the applicant be present to discuss this matter, because this was a condition that wasn't complied with. It's a condition, so there's a couple options, and maybe it's not something that you make a determination with respect, on tonight at 10:05. I'm not recommending anything. I'm simply reading this condition and giving you my thoughts based on that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was asking, like, plain language, there's no detail, there's no progress, there's no talk about a phasing plan, there's no talk about milestones, it's just saying that we're selling it.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine that a progress update would be, we responded to DOT's comments on there's just another baseless accusation that relates to their attempt to sell the property, which they have every right to do, but their sale of the property is utterly irrelevant to complying with the planning board conditions of approval, and that would be the case for any development.
Can I ask a point of clarification here from Tim? I wasn't in on most of the discussion of this because I came onto the board late, but if there was, for some reason, there was an extension or something, that would be carried over to the new owner,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and they would be subject to
seems
these
that the
same
applicant-
conditions.
I mean, it's just projection on my part because the applicant isn't here, but it seems like that the applicant thinks that would help the sale if that were the case, but that, I agree that there's no information here that is requested.
I would say that when this 6-month update idea took place, the hope was very much that it would be the thing that would finally start prompting actual construction progress in some way. And that we've now had, they have 2 years, which is 2 construction seasons, and one of those construction seasons has functionally concluded for the most part, and we've got an attempt to, they're not saying that they.
So do we have a motion? I think we're in agreement, right? Is that this doesn't meet the requirements set forth by the board in previous meetings?
It's late at night in an evening where we've had an awful lot coming at us. We can, of course, come back to where you're going with some clearer heads in 2 weeks if that would be.
I think
I'd be fine with that.
I think we should take this up at the work session.
Maybe even at the September 14th meeting.
Yes.
We can place it on the work session agenda, but,
There might be.
Yeah, okay. Either way.
We'll,
Yeah.
I think we should discuss how we want to, because this is new. We haven't done this before.
I don't think, to me, it's cut and dry. I mean, you guys want to extend it, we'll extend it to the next one, but like, if we tell somebody to give us a progress report in August and there's no progress report in August, there's no progress report in August.
So
Just like, if we start finagling things for the benefit of one applicant and another applicant can come to say, well, should you really consider what you're doing to me if you say no? Or should you really consider what you're doing to me if you accept my don't accept my non-compliance? I mean.
Let me complicate it possibly by wondering, as an alternative to Tim's take, it's a progress report. There just isn't any progress that's cited. The progress is that we're doing this, and the fact that it's not responsive to actually a construction milestone simply is data in the record as to things not happening. At which point, it would be obvious to anyone that But, and in fact, by the testimony, that things aren't happening. and there are
That is a
consequences.
good, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good
So
point.
it's like,
Yeah.
So I think, do we want a wordsmith for the applicant? I mean,
No.
that's kind of the question.
no, it's,
like,
it's a question of what's our stance relative to something seemingly not happening by virtue of, and very rightly it would seem, a wish to put more energy towards selling a property.
Yeah.
Because that's ultimately potentially ultimately in this applicant's best interest. And that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just,
I-
choices have consequences is the only thing
Yep.
I'm opening up as a thing for us to be prepared for.
I do think it's a
Agree
very
with that.
accurate depiction of what's being done.
Yeah.
Which is in some ways wasn't what we hoped for and is what we asked for.
So are you changing your position? Is it we can vote on this tonight, or we should postpone it?
I don't think there's any
Yeah,
voting.
there's no vote.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think Council Barnes makes an excellent point. That is the progress update. Apparently, there's no progress on the conditions. Otherwise, presumably, that would have been said by stated by the applicant. And so that I think that can and should presumably be taken into consideration if and when the applicant pursues another extension request pursuant to condition number 3. So,
okay,
Maybe enough said.
Yeah.
good.
Are we moving on to another, get back on the board now?
Well, I think because all that's left on our agenda is minutes and
It's just,
Did we decide what we're doing with this letter? This just to be clear, like, the board has to make a statement. Are we doing something with this letter today or in a month?
To your supposition, we've received one of these before and we made no statement.
I know, yeah.
yeah.
We're not obligated to make any statements.
We're just gonna let it ride.
well,
We can go back to talking about it again in 2 weeks from now
Yeah,
or whatever.
we'll put it on the agenda for the work session and
I think that's,
revisit.
Simply because we all might be just a bit punchy from a long night at this.
Yeah, sure, no, but I mean saying letting ride, we're gonna let it ride for like another 6 months, or we're gonna talk about it in a month.
Let's loop back relatively soon to make sure that
Yeah.
everybody's in the same wagon.
let's put it on the agenda for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because that is a work session, and it may also be on the agenda for the 14th, but we should do procedural work around it also.
So if I'm back on the board, I make a motion that we adjourn.
There's
from
no,
out there?
there's no discussion on that motion. It could be a second on that motion.
I just have one more question regarding this matter. Was this required that we have a public hearing for this?
This is totally uncharted territory, these decisions. They don't want to,
We haven't voted technically.
they don't
Well,
follow
maybe-
any rules. I
Before
don't know
we
what rules they
close-
follow.
Before we close, maybe we just say that we'll request a public hearing. We'll open it to the public comment, and if we get no comment, then we've crossed that T.
We noticed it as a non-public.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, we can't do it.
Oh, it is noticed as a non-public hearing, okay.
Or rather, it's been presented on the agenda as a non-public.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, okay,
there's
good,
no,
Anyway,
okay, misunderstood.
So now that, are we voting to adjourn?
yes, we've had a motion by Kathy, a second by Counselor Fons. Do we have show of hands? Most
no, we-
enthusiastic hands. Thank you, everyone, for not even asking if anyone's opposed.
This is not part of your board minutes. I think we should be